Chapter 1859. The red light outside the operating theater suddenly flickered intensely, and the alarm rang, almost tearing everyone's eardrums. Many people involuntarily covered their ears and looked at the dazzling red light outside the operating theater in horror. Hijichu stood up abruptly and rushed to the door of the operating theater. He banged on the door and shouted, "What happened?" "The people inside are talking." In the operating theater, a few backup doctors looked helplessly at the image on the color screen and the data transmitted by the equipment. Large beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. "What should we do? The blood vessels have already burst. There's something wrong with the gamma rays. The concentration is 100 times higher than the safe range. Hurry up and make a decision. The patient can't be exposed to such a high concentration of gamma rays for too long." The doctors discussed the surgery plan in low voices, their voices trembling slightly. Although they were wearing white masks that covered their entire faces, everyone could see the fear and uneasiness in each other's eyes. The pressure on them to treat a big shot was extraordinary. If something went wrong, they might go to prison. The few of them discussed for 3 minutes. Seeing that the amount of blood in He Chungjin's skull had already reached the warning line, they braced themselves and walked to the door to open it. Hijichu didn't know how he got through those 3 minutes. What flashed through his mind was his father's care and concern for him for so many years. The self-blame and guilt in his heart reached its peak at this moment. He really regretted arguing with his father. His father, who had stood behind him with an indomitable spirit to support him, was already old, sick, and an old man in his twilight years. He was really unfilial. Hijichu leaned his head against the door of the operating theater. His eyes were red, but he didn't shed a single tear. Xie Qingying's heart ached when she saw this. She walked over and stood beside him, holding his arm to accompany him. 3 minutes later, the door of the operating theater opened. Hijichu rushed over and grabbed the throat of the doctor walking at the front. He squeezed out a vulgar word from between his teeth. "What the F*** are you doing in the operating theater?" "Waiting to give birth." The doctor was almost suffocated by Hijichu's strangulation. He used his hand to pry open Hijichu's hand. Half of his mask was pulled off, revealing his flushed face. Xie Qingying staggered from the push and almost fell to the ground. However, when he saw Hijichu strangling the doctor's neck like he had lost his mind, he quickly pounced on him and shouted, "Young Master He, the most important thing now is to save General He." Hijichu snapped back to reality and snorted coldly. He let go of the doctor and threw him to the ground. His brows furrowed as he stared at the doctors behind him and shouted, "What happened? What are you guys dilly-dallying for?" The doctor at the back was so frightened that he immediately said, "Chief, General He's surgery has gone wrong. The gamma knife is slightly off, and the blood vessel has ruptured." When Hijichu heard this, his vision darkened, and he almost fainted. He used the wall to steady himself and clenched his fists tightly, restraining the urge to rush up and beat someone up. He said word by word, "Then stop the bleeding. What are you doing? Were they waiting for orders from above? You are doctors. Don't you have any professionalism?" The doctors' faces were ashen from Hijichu's scolding. They were in their teens, and they stood in a row in shame in front of him. They said, "Chief, we are indeed not professional enough in this area. We don't dare to perform such a precise surgery." Hijichu glared at them and suddenly realized that there was one doctor missing. It was He Chungjin's attending doctor this time. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where's the attending doctor? Where is he?" "He fainted, so there was a problem with the surgery," a doctor said in a low voice, ignoring the glances of his colleagues. What he said was the truth. If the attending doctor hadn't suddenly fainted and touched the instrument, how could there have been a problem with the surgery? They had performed a lot of gamma knife surgeries. Even if they weren't the best in the country, they were still among the top 10 doctors. However, He Chungjin's current condition was no longer something that could be solved with gamma knife surgery. Then who can perform this surgery? Who can stop my father's bleeding? Hijichu roared and punched the wall next to the operating theater, causing the back of his hand to bleed. Xie Qingying's heart ached. She quickly ordered the orderly to bring a temporary medicine box over and carefully bandage the back of Hijichu's hand. A doctor looked at his colleague next to him and suddenly mustered up his courage. He said to Hijichu, "Now that things have come to this, we can only let Dr. Qin Yaowang personally perform the surgery on General He. Dr. Qin Yaowang is a famous brain surgeon in the world. Only she has a 90% chance of completing this surgery." Hijichu suddenly looked over, his gaze sweeping across his face like an icy thorn. "Qin Yaowang? Is there no one else in this country? Only Qin Yaowang can perform this kind of surgery? What exactly did you get from the Qin family?" No. The doctor panicked. He didn't directly receive any benefits from the Qin family, but the Qin family's private hospital was already second only to the public hospital in the country. Although they were military doctors, there would come a day when they would have to transfer to the local hospital. And he was about to transfer to the local hospital. He really wanted to enter the main hospital of the Qin family's private hospital. Therefore, there was no need for the Qin family to take the initiative to bribe him. He would speak up for the Qin family, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and fight for a chance for Qin Yaowang. Besides, Qin Yaowang was indeed capable. After so many years, they had all seen it for themselves. The doctor stiffened his neck and said, "Chief, you're hurting my heart by saying that. I didn't receive any benefits from the Qin family, but you can't hide your illness for fear of treatment just because you have a personal grudge with the Qin family. You can't prevent General He from receiving the treatment he deserves." Hijichu sneered and pointed at the doctor twice. "Very good. Now it's my responsibility. It was clearly your incompetence and dereliction of duty. In the end, it was the patient's family who was unwilling to give the patient effective treatment. Very good. If you're so capable, why are you still a doctor? Get out." The doctor was so angry at Hijichu that he couldn't speak, but Hijichu's words were flawless. If he wanted to argue, how could he argue against Hijichu, who used to be a big lawyer? The other doctors quickly tried to smooth things over. "Don't worry, Chief. He was just giving us a kind suggestion. Actually, Qin Yaowang wasn't the best candidate. If Mr. Gu Xiangwen hadn't met with an accident back then, he would have been the best at brain surgery. Unfortunately, Mr. Gu Xiangwen is no longer alive, so we can only look for Qin Yaowang." Hijichu's eyelids twitched. "Who are you talking about? Gu Xiangwen? It's a pity that he's already passed away." The doctor shook his head again. "Actually, we've been doctors for so many years. Even if we're not skilled enough, we still have a good eye. It's obvious who's skilled, who's not, who's skilled, who's skilled, who's skilled. Dr. Qin Yaowang does have some skills, but her skills aren't enough in front of Mr. Gu Xiangwen. Yes. More than 10 years ago, we saw Mr. Gu Xiangwen demonstrate a brain surgery. It could only be said to be a perfect textbook template. We still use it to make instructional videos. It's a pity that Mr. Gu Xiangwen's ambition isn't in medicine, but in high-energy physics." "Stop talking. Who doesn't know what Gu Xiangwen did? He's a wanted criminal." The doctor who had recommended Qin Yaowang growled angrily. He didn't want to hear anyone say good things about Gu Xiangwen. The other doctors saw that he was being tactless. They had clearly helped him out, but he refuted everyone's opinions. He was really shameless. Therefore, the other doctors kept quiet. Hijichu's expression was uncertain. He thought about it for a while and suddenly said, "You guys should go back and check on my father's condition. I'll go make a call." He asked them again, "How long can he last?" One of the doctors said, "At most an hour." After an hour, even if Gu Xiangwen comes back to life, he won't be able to save him. Hijichu pursed his lips and nodded. "You guys go in first. You stay." Hijichu kept the doctor who had recommended Qin Yaowang and ordered his orderly, "Guard him. Remember not to let anyone near him. If anything happens to him, you'll be held accountable." "Yes, Chief. Why are you guarding me? What did I do? Can't I even say a word? Are you trying to start a literary inquisition?" Of course, the doctor didn't want to be guarded. He made a ruckus and refused to leave with the orderly. The orderly didn't want to reason with him. He took out some tape and sealed his mouth before taking him away. Hijichu walked to the corridor on the side, took out his phone, and called Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji was in the middle of her dreams when she heard her phone ringing. She groped for it and answered the call. Sleepily, she said, "Hello." Hijichu composed himself and said softly, "Ninji, there's a big problem with my father's surgery. There's an intracranial hemorrhage, and he's been exposed to gamma rays for too long." Gunninji woke up and sat up straight. "Ah," she said anxiously. "Then what should we do?" What she was most worried about had happened, but there was nothing she could do. Hijichu closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Ninji, can you do me a favor?" Gunninji quickly said, "No problem, as long as I can help." "Okay, I want to ask the doctor who performed the gunshot surgery on you in H City to operate on my father. I know you know that person and where he is." Hijichu looked at his watch. "My father still has an hour left. After an hour, even if your father, Gu Xiangwen, comes back to life, he won't be able to be saved." Gunninji's heart pounded. What did Hijichu mean? Had he sent something? This is the first update of the day. Episode 1848, Detection. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's the third update today. The second update at 1 p.m. will be for Immerse 1313 to be promoted to the leader of the Alliance in April. There will be the third update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1860. Gunninji's face gradually lost its color and turned snow white. It was translucent like ice jade porcelain. She held her phone, her mind in a mess. She didn't know how to respond. Hijichu said slowly, "I promise you on my life that I will never pursue that person's identity, nor will I try to find out where he is. I'm just asking you as a son who is worried about his father's life to do me a favor. For the sake of my mother, Chinsuan, do me a favor." Hijichu waited quietly for a while before Gunninji said with difficulty, "Young master, don't say that. I'll find that person's contact information, but I can't guarantee. Ninji, I only have an hour. I'll be grateful if you're willing to look for him. If you're not willing, I won't force you. This isn't your fault. It was a freak accident," Hijichu said again. If Gunninji and the person behind her refused to help, Hijichu wouldn't hold a grudge against her. All the blame would be placed on Qin Yaoguang and the Qin family. Qin Corporation's private hospital, this kind of big and unruly thing shouldn't exist. Hijichu hung up the phone and leaned against the wall in the corridor, silently waiting for Gunninji's reply. Gunninji put down the phone and was stunned for only a second. She rushed out of the bedroom and came to the door of her small study. Lu Jin was concentrating on programming in front of the computer. Gunninji choked when she saw his thin and tall back. She stretched out her finger and gently knocked on the door. "Dad." Lu Jin turned around. "Ninji? What's wrong? Come in, come in." He turned from the computer and smiled at Gunninji. Gunninji walked up to him and suddenly half-knelt in front of him. She rested her head on his knee and said fondly, "Dad, it's so good that you're still alive." Lu Jin laughed and reached out to rub her head. "Yes, I think it's good too. But if it weren't for Boss Lu, you wouldn't have been able to see your weak, helpless, and pitiful father." Gunninji, weak, pitiful, and helpless? Exo, how could Lu Jin have the face to say such a thing? Lu Jin, Gu Xiangwen, who was able to single-handedly solve the magnetic resonance of two worlds, who was able to research the perfect gene, and who is a two-time Nobel Prize laureate who is comparable to an army, actually said that he was weak, pitiful, and helpless? Gunninji's emotions were completely gone. She stood up expressionlessly and said, "Dad, don't go online if you don't have anything to do. Is it fun to learn so many emoticons? I think it's very interesting." Lu Jin took off his eyes and wiped them. He said very seriously, "The language of the emoticon is concise, but it has a profound meaning. Moreover, ordinary people can understand it. It has the most powerful characteristic of language, which is that it is easy to understand, widely circulated, and very lively." He didn't want to listen to any folklore studies related to language at all. Gunninji waved her hand and said in one breath, "Dad, General He Chungjin's gamma knife surgery just failed. He's now suffering from intracranial hemorrhage. The situation is very urgent and serious." Lu Jin scoffed. "Then he's really unlucky. I think they'll have to ask his ex-wife, Qin Yaoguang, to save his life, right?" Gun Yinji was a little surprised. If that was the case, no wonder He Ji-chu would rather ask her to ask Lu Jin to help save him than ask Qin Yaoguang. She didn't comment and just asked directly, "Dad, do you want to help him?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes. "Why should I help him? When he put me on the wanted list, he never thought of letting me go." "Really?" Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you say that you deserved it? But I see that you still have a lot of resentment. If you really deserved it, shouldn't you think of a way to atone for your sins?" Lu Jin stared at Gun Yinji, dumbfounded. His daughter was too smart, but it was also tiring. Her eloquence and intelligence must not have come from him. It must have come from her mother. Lu Jin was a little dazed when he thought of the equally eloquent, generous, and intelligent woman. Gun Yinji took the opportunity to bend down in front of him and said, "Dad, just do me a favor. I'll return the favor in the future." Lu Jin came back to his senses and pinched her little face. "Look at how capable you are. He Ji-chu is causing trouble for you, isn't he? Did he recognize me?" Gun Yinji, she denied it flatly. "No, why would you think that?" "No. Ha!" Lu Jin rolled his eyes disapprovingly. "Other than me, who else would have the ability to save you from such a serious gunshot wound? Other than me, who else could expose the relationship between the Rollers and the Qin family? Other than me." Gun Yinji's head hurt from listening to this. She quickly made a pause gesture to stop Lu Jin from boasting. Stop. I know you're very powerful. Just give me a definite answer. Are you going or not? It's only an hour anyway, and 10 minutes have already passed." Gun Yinji stretched out her wrist and showed Lu Jin her watch. "Look, there's still 50 minutes left. In 50 minutes, you won't be able to save him even if you want to." "It's that serious? He's actually going to die soon?" Lu Jin became serious. "It's just a gamma knife surgery. Did those people's brains degenerate from too much gamma radiation?" Gun Yinji, it seemed like the person being irradiated by the gamma knife was He Changjian. Lu Jin stood up from his seat and said, "I'll go back and modify myself. You'll come with me later." Gun Yinji was both happy and worried. "Dad, are you really going? But what if General He finds out about you?" "He won't find me." Lu Jin was very confident. "I'll give him deep anesthesia the entire time. He won't wake up until 5 days later." Gun Yinji. Lu Jin quickly returned to his room and smeared some special material on his face. Soon, his appearance completely changed, and even the equipment couldn't detect that he had disguised himself. This was because the material he used for the modification was bioengineered and completely matched his own DNA. Gun Yinji quickly called He Ji-chu. "Young master He, prepare the surgical equipment. No one else should be in the operating room. No recordings. Turn off all the surveillance cameras. I'll go in and help him." He Ji-chu heaved a sigh of relief. Not only was his forehead covered in beads of sweat, but even his back was drenched. However, Gun Yinji finally agreed. He Ji-chu nodded. "I'll get someone to set it up right away, but I have to go in and help too." It wasn't that he was worried, but that He Changjian's security level was too high. There should be surveillance cameras when he was performing the surgery. If he wanted to turn off the surveillance cameras, there had to be someone he could trust to monitor the entire process. Who else was more suitable than He Changjian's biological son, He Ji-chu, to monitor him from inside? Gun Yinji didn't ask further. He Ji-chu already knew anyway, so she didn't say anything else. She nodded. "Send someone to wait at the entrance of the Friendship Mall on 3rd Ring Road. We'll meet there." Then, He Ji-chu would send a police car to clear the way to ensure that they had a smooth journey. Gun Yinji came out after the call and saw a complete stranger standing in front of her with a smile. Gun Yinji was extremely surprised. After staring at him for a long time, she asked tentatively, "Dad?" The man laughed loudly, and even his voice changed. Gun Yinji shook her head in amazement. Lu Yuan walked over and asked worriedly, "Is it safe? How did young master He know?" Gun Yinji said embarrassedly, "I implicated Dad. Otherwise, young master He wouldn't have found out." She told him about the surgery. Lu Yuan laughed. "It has nothing to do with you. He Ji-chu is quite smart." He didn't want to follow him because if he did, Lu Jin would be completely exposed. For now, Lu Yuan analyzed that Yijichu might have guessed that Gu Xiangwen was still alive, but he probably hadn't connected Lu Jin to Gu Xiangwen for the time being. Perhaps Yijichu would connect the two of them in the future, but not now. They weren't ready yet. Gun Yinji and the modified Lu Jin arrived at the Friendship Mall. A shiny black Rolls-Royce Phantom, 2 police cars, and a police motorcycle were already waiting there. The person driving the Rolls-Royce Phantom was Yijichu's driver. Gun Yinji greeted him and got into the car with Lu Jin. The police car in front opened the way, and the police car behind escorted them. They drove Gun Yinji and Lu Jin to the Military General Hospital at lightning speed. Along the way, the cars made way. They didn't know which important person was visiting. This was today's second update. It was sent by Immerse 1313 to the Alliance leader in April. Episode 1849, Important Persons Visit. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was the third update today. There will be the third update at 8 o'clock in the evening. While all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1861. Because of the urgency of the situation, everyone in the imperial capital gave the green light to this matter. It only took 10 minutes to send Lu Jin and Gun Yinji from the entrance of the Friendship Mall on the 3rd Ring Road to the Military General Hospital. Gun Yinji and Lu Jin's car drove all the way in and stopped in front of a building in the Military General Hospital. He Chengjian was undergoing surgery on the top floor of the building. Yijichu came out of the building anxiously. He saw a tall and thin man standing beside Gun Yinji. Although he didn't look impressive, he had an arrogant and desolate aura. He was definitely the mysterious man who had saved Gun Yinji. He was also gradually matching the figure of the person in his memory, although his appearance was completely different. However, for people like Yijichu, appearance had never been an important feature to determine a person's true identity. He reached out his hand. "Hello, I'm Yijichu. Thank you for taking the time to come and help my father with the surgery." Lu Jin didn't shake his hand. He frowned and said, "Don't be so modest. Hurry up and save him." Yijichu wasn't angry at all. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. "This way, please. My father is on the top floor." Xie Qing hurried out of the building and saw Yijichu respectfully inviting a tall and thin man in. Gun Yinji stood nervously beside the man. Xie Qing quickly walked over and nodded to Gun Yinji and the man. "Hello, Uncle He is upstairs. Young Master He and I could take you up." Gun Yinji was about to say thank you when Lu Jin rolled his eyes at Xie Qing. "The elevator is too crowded. Unrelated people shouldn't follow." He then muttered, "I can't stand some people pretending to be generous. Is she close to you? Being the mistress of the He family isn't something that just anyone can be." His voice wasn't soft at all, and he didn't try to hide it. Everyone knew who he was talking about. Xie Qingying blushed. Gun Yinji coughed lightly and pulled Xie Qingying into the elevator with a smile. "Cousin, don't be angry. This gentleman has a bad temper and is arrogant. He often speaks in such a strange tone. I'm used to it." Then he winked at Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying took the opportunity to step down. "Really? Capable people always have a special personality because they have the right to be arrogant." "Cousin is right." Gun Yinji smiled and pulled Xie Qingying to a corner of the elevator, leaving most of the space for Lu Jin and Yijichu. As the elevator rose, Yijichu had already told Lu Jin what had happened in a few words. He asked, "Sir, what's your surname? How should I address you?" Lu Jin waved his hand and said impatiently, "I'm here to save your father's life. I didn't introduce you." Yijichu, Gun Yinji rubbed her forehead and had no choice but to help Lu Jin smooth things over. She changed the topic and said, "Young Master He, the attending doctor suddenly fainted, causing the surgery to fail. Do you want to hold him accountable?" "They will definitely be held accountable. I've already sent people to investigate who these doctors have been meeting these days and what they've been doing to see if there are any clues." Although there was a strict background check before the surgery, it was to check the family and history of these people. They had indeed neglected to check the recent situation. Soon, the elevator door opened and they arrived at the top floor. Lu Jin and He Jichu walked out of the elevator first, followed by Gun Yinji and Xie Qingying. Lu Jin turned around and called out to Gun Yinji, "Come with me to prepare for the surgery. Remember to disinfect and change your clothes." Gun Yinji quickly nodded. "Okay, I'll be right there." He Jichu gave a few instructions to his personal secretary outside, and also went in to disinfect and change into his surgical gown before entering the operating theater. In the operating theater that was as white as a snow cave, Lu Jin wore a big green mask and a white coat. He stood expressionlessly under the shadowless lamp and looked at He Chengjian, who was lying on the hospital bed. He hadn't seen this person on TV for more than 10 days, but he realized that he had already become a lot more haggard. He was completely different from the vibrant figure in his memories. Lu Jin pursed his lips and stretched out his hands. "Prepare for the surgery. Anesthetize the patient first." Because Lu Jin didn't want anyone else in the operating theater, he did the entire process alone. Gun Yinji and He Jichu just watched from the sidelines. Gun Yinji also had the additional function of handing Lu Jin the surgical equipment. Gun Yinji quickly brought Lu Jin the anesthetic tray that had been marked on the side. All kinds of anesthetic injections were already prepared. He Jichu helped her hang the bottle on the side of the infusion tube. Lu Jin picked up a very thick syringe and began to inject him with anesthesia. He inserted it into the deep vein. This was originally what the anesthetist was supposed to do, but Lu Jin did it all by himself. After the anesthesia, while waiting for the anesthesia to take effect, Lu Jin used a machine to shave off all of He Chengjian's hair. Then he drew lines on He Chengjian's head and placed a headrest to fix his brain in place. The next step was to operate the machine to open the skull. The human skull was very hard, and craniotomy was very risky. If one wasn't careful, it could easily cause all kinds of side effects such as aphasia, amnesia, blindness, hemiplegia, sensory disorders, mental disorders, and so on. In serious cases, it could even lead to death. Therefore, the hospital usually wouldn't perform craniotomy unless it was absolutely necessary. But with He Chengjian's current situation, he had no choice but to open the skull. He Jichu held his breath as he watched Lu Jin perform the surgery. Although he already knew who this person was and that he was a genius, after watching his surgery, he realized that the word genius alone couldn't describe this person's ability. Although he wasn't a specialist and probably hadn't performed many surgeries in all these years, as soon as he stood in front of the operating table, his ability and skills returned. All the techniques were in his mind. No matter who he was now, and no matter how many of his possessions they took away, they couldn't take away the knowledge in his mind. Lu Jin used the machine to open a triangular skull on top of He Chengjian's head. Then, he began to clear the intracranial congestion. He removed the embolism from He Chengjian's severely blocked blood vessels, and even used a very delicate technique to repair the ruptured blood vessels. Lu Jin didn't use the artificial blood vessels that everyone commonly used to repair the cerebral vessels. Instead, he used a method that he had developed himself to allow the patient's cerebral vessels to heal automatically. This way, there wouldn't be any rejection after the surgery. Brain surgery was indeed one of the surgeries that required the highest level of precision. Qin Yaguang had been famous for this for a long time because she had a pair of very dexterous hands. The aftereffects of her brain surgery were very small, almost negligible, and her recovery was very good. But for Lu Jin, it wasn't that the aftereffects were very small, but that there would be no aftereffects at all. He Jichu watched every step of his surgery. The more he watched, the more he admired him. An hour later, Lu Jin sewed up He Chengjian's skull and said to He Jichu, "When do you think your father will recover?" He Jichu, how could he ask for this? Gun Yinji curled her lips and said proudly, "What this gentleman means is that he can control the patient's recovery. If you want your father to recover in 3 days, then he can recover in 3 days. If he wants to recover in half a month, then he can recover in half a month. There won't be any side effects." He Jichu glanced at her and pursed his lips. He said in a low voice, "I hope he can recover in half a month." There had been too many things happening recently, so He Jichu didn't want He Chengjian to worry too much. Lu Jin rolled his eyes again. You're underestimating my methods too much if he only recovers in half a month. 5 days. When he wakes up from the anesthesia in 5 days, he'll definitely be fine. Really? He'll really be fine? He Ji-Chu was so surprised that he lost his composure. But apart from a benign tumor in my father's brain, he also has coronary heart disease, high blood pressure, and brain obstruction. Lu Jin had already gone to the side to wash his hands. He said casually, high blood pressure and coronary heart disease can't be cured in a short period of time, but the brain obstruction is completely gone. Also, his benign tumor has been removed, but the brain cells have been exposed to gamma rays for a long time. You'd better do post-operative observation and care to ensure that no cancerous cells appear. He Ji-Chu's expression changed, and he immediately said, Okay, can you write a detailed medical order? Lu Jin pointed at Gun Yinji and said, You do it. I'll talk. You type and use the computer to record it. Gun Yinji understood. She wore transparent plastic gloves and found a computer. She began to type in Lu Jin's medical order. Soon, the medical order was finished. She saved and printed out a copy and handed it to He Ji-Chu. He Ji-Chu bowed to Lu Jin at a 90-degree angle, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Thank you for saving my father. If you need any help, feel free to ask. Lu Jin said casually, It's fine as long as you and your son don't cause trouble for me. I don't need your help. Gun Yinji was anxious. How could he say that? He was just short of writing the words, I'm Gu Xiangwen on his forehead. He Ji-Chu smiled slightly and said, I know. I'm not someone who returns kindness with enmity. Only then did Lu Jin realize that he had let the cat out of the bag. He threw away the towel and quickly slipped away. This was the third watch of the day. The 1,850th slipped away. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was the third watch of the day. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. The man walked Gun Yinji and Lu Jin back to the entrance of the Friendship Mall and said, Do you still get off here? Gun Yinji smiled and thanked him. Yeah, I still have to go buy something. You can go back first. The man opened the car door for them and watched them enter the mall before driving away. As soon as he left, a few plainclothes personnel immediately followed Gun Yinji and Lu Jin into the mall. Lu Jin had already taken off his doctor scrubs. He was only wearing a pair of sunglasses, a casual striped shirt, khaki pants, and a pair of Under Armour's white sneakers leisurely strolled through the mall. Gun Yinji and Lu Jin parted ways at the staircase of the mall. She went to the women's clothing store and jewelry store on the second floor, while Lu Jin went to the electronic equipment store and bookstore on the first floor. The people following them had to split into two groups to follow Gun Yinji and Lu Jin. But soon, they realized that there were too many people in the mall. Their location was no longer useful. They watched as Gun Yinji and the mysterious doctor disappeared into the bustling crowd of the mall, never to be found again. These people had no choice but to disperse to the exit. At the other exit of the mall, Lu Jin had already changed his appearance. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a suit as he walked out. He deliberately brushed past a plainclothes man who was following him. The man had no idea that his target had just walked past him. Lu Jin calmly got into Lu Yuan's car that had come to pick him up. He smiled and said, These people are too useless. They can't compare to you, Boss Lu. Lu Yuan snorted. They're not bad. If I hadn't come to pick you up, you would have been discovered by them. Lu Jin pursed his lips and said unwillingly, TSK, I didn't expect He Ji-Chu to have such a trick up his sleeve. No, they're not from the He family. Lu Yuan shook his head. These are the subordinates of a few other big shots in the military. They probably don't have any ill intentions. They're just worried about He Changjin's condition, so they want to know your whereabouts and identity. They still have to worry about my surgery. Lu Jin scoffed. What groundless fears. They don't know it's you, Boss Gu Xianwen. Lu Yuan glanced at Lu Jin, who was sitting in the back seat, through the rear-view mirror. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. If you dare to reveal your real identity to them, they definitely won't take photos of you and follow you. They'll only treat you as a guest of honor. Lu Jin chuckled. A guest of honor? That's more like a prisoner. You're quite self-aware. Lu Yuan smiled. You have a very accurate understanding and positioning of yourself. Lu Jin was about to speak when he saw Lu Yuan drive around and stop in the parking lot of another mall across the street. Not long after, Gunyinji opened the car door and sat in. She sighed and said, Young master, he is so unscrupulous. He actually sent someone to follow us. They're not from the He family. Lu Yuan patted the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator. I just told your father that they're the subordinates of a few big shots in the military. It should be about the surgery. There's still after-sales service when you buy things in the mall. You guys performed such a major surgery and left with a wave of your hand. If something goes wrong, who are they going to look for? Gunyinji replied with an "Oh, I see. I've wronged young master He." She had been quite angry and had even planned to ignore He Jichu again. Now that she heard Lu Yuan's words, she finally understood. However, she asked curiously, But CEO Lu, how do you know so well? Lu Jin scoffed. That's what he does. He's sneaky all day long, asking about other people's situation. He's been keeping a close eye on these big shots. Gunyinji couldn't figure out how Lu Yuan, as a businessman, could pay attention to the situation of these big shots in the military. However, she also knew that before Lu Yuan came to this world, he was the same existence as Hua Xiaoheng in the other world. In fact, he was more than 10 years older than Hua Xiaoheng, so his skills must be even more profound. Therefore, she didn't ask anymore. There were specializations in the industry, and this was his specialty, just like her specialty was law. Thinking of her specialty, Gunyinji had an idea and said excitedly, I've thought of a way to fight back against the white paper on human rights in China released by the Americans. Lu Yuan glanced at her. What do you want to do? Gunyinji took out her phone and twirled it in her hand. She smiled and said, Of course it's to hold a public trial for Qin Yaowang. Lu Yuan frowned. No, the things that Qin Yaowang was involved in can't be made public. Lu Jin was also uncharacteristically not supportive of Gunyinji's words unconditionally. Instead, he said very seriously, Boss Lu is right. Qin Yaowang's case can't be made public. Whether it's her previous case related to infrasonic weapons or her kidnapping of you 8 years ago, it can't be made public. The former case involved He Jichu, a high-ranking general. It was impossible for the whole world to know the whole story of the case. The latter case involved Gunyinji's unusual mother-daughter relationship with Qin Yaowang, so she couldn't let others know about her special existence. Lu Jin had gone through so much trouble to go to New York with the idea of perishing together with Lorraine. He wanted to eliminate the source of the matter. However, he was later stopped by Gunyinji, Hua Xiaoheng, and Lu Yuan. Only then did they use a more sensible method to solve the matter. However, Lorraine's side had been temporarily stabilized. They couldn't be considered to have succeeded yet. That was because there were still 2 people in the country, Qin Yaowang and Qin Beiyoi. They knew about Gunyinji's special constitution and genes. If these 2 people weren't eliminated, Gunyinji's safety wouldn't be guaranteed. However, Lorraine still played them. She used the U.S. Congress to push Qin Yaowang to the front of the stage and embarrass the entire Huaxiao Empire. Now, they couldn't even secretly get rid of Qin Yaowang, because this would confirm what the U.S. Congress had said in the Huaxia Human Rights White Paper. Therefore, they couldn't use secret methods to deal with Qin Yaowang and Qin Beiyoi. Gunyinji pursed her lips and instinctively pinched her fingers a few times. She looked at Lu Jin tentatively and said, Dad, I've thought of a way to deal with Qin Yaowang. This method will involve someone. Can you promise me not to object? I can guarantee that I will never do anything disrespectful to you or the person you admire the most. Lu Jin was confused and looked at her suspiciously. Nyinji, what are you thinking? What me and the person I admire? Who is the person I admire in this world? Lu Yuan glanced at the rearview mirror without batting an eyelid. Lu Jin sensed it and immediately covered his lips with his hand. He coughed and said, Of course. Other than Boss Lu, is Boss Lu related to Qin Yaowang and Qin Beiyoi? Gunyinji turned to look at him from the front passenger seat and said calmly, Of course. Gun Yinji turned to look at him from the front passenger seat and said calmly, I want to sue Qin Yaowang for killing Qin Suan. What? Lu Jin jumped up in shock, but the seat belt on his waist and shoulder pulled him back. He grunted and clutched his chest as he said nervously, Nonsense. You know very well that Qin Yaowang didn't kill Suwan. Who knows? Now I think she killed her, so I want to sue her, and I want to find out if it was her. Gun Yinji said faintly, This is a criminal case. It has nothing to do with military secrets, and it has nothing to do with me. We can use this opportunity to try Qin Yaowang in public, and then drag Qin Beiyoi, the entire Qin family, and the Qin private hospital into it. Lu Jin gritted his teeth and glared at Gun Yinji. How many times have I told you? I was the one who killed Suwan. If you bring up what happened back then, I'll turn myself in. Gun Yinji didn't stop him this time. She nodded. Okay, you turn yourself in, and then I'll fight the lawsuit for you. In order to prove that you're not the murderer, I have to find a new murderer. This is Section 101 of criminal cases. Introduce a new suspect, find a new suspect. Lu Jin's identity had already been exposed to He Jichu. He Chengjian was in a coma and recovering, and Qin Yaowang and Qin Beiyoi had already reached the point where the dagger was revealed. Gun Yinji suddenly realized that there was no better time than now to clear the guilt that Lu Jin, her father, Gu Xiangwen, shouldn't bear. This is the first update of the day. Issue 1851, The Person I Admire the Most. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Today is Monday, especially recommendation tickets. Today is still the third update. The second update will be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon for the 50,000 Chidian dollars that Suzawai had tipped in April. There will be the third update at 8 o'clock in the evening. Kiss me, little angels. Chapter 1863. Lu Jin looked at Gun Yinji with his mouth agape. For the first time, he realized that his threat didn't work. Not only did it not work, but Gun Yinji had a new way to force him back. Lu Jin became anxious, and his facial features scrunched up. He said to Gun Yinji in an almost pleading tone, Yinji, I beg you, don't mention this again. I'm doing very well now, and I don't want to go back to Gu Xiangwen's era. Actually, Gu Xiangwen isn't as good as you think. He also did something wrong, so he used his life to make up for it. Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow. Dad, why don't you tell me in detail what happened at that time? Lu Jin shook his head desperately. I can't say it, I can't say it. Yinji, I can't say it. You can't? Gun Yinji pursed her lips. You don't want to say it, right? Is there anything else I don't know? There are a lot of things you don't know. Lu Jin became serious. When I set up the joint laboratory with Qin Yaowang, I did a lot of illegal things to give birth to you. Do you want to hear all of them? Gun Yinji quickly made a pause gesture. Stop. Dad, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. I'll find a way to find out the truth about Qin Suan's death. The truth is that she died because of me. If you really want to uncover this matter, you'll have to step over my dead body. Lu Jin saw that surrendering himself wouldn't make Gun Yinji stop, so he had no choice but to use his strongest move. Gun Yinji was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why Lu Jin wouldn't allow her to mention Qin Suan's death. However, Lu Yuan understood Lu Jin's mentality a little. He coughed lightly and said, Yinji, don't worry. Let's go back and think about it. Gun Yinji suppressed the doubts in her heart and nodded. Okay, President Lu. We'll discuss it when we get back. When they returned to the apartment building where they lived, Gun Yinji looked at Lu Jin, who was returning to his apartment with a gloomy expression. She looked at Lu Yuan thoughtfully. Lu Yuan nodded at her. Come with me. Lu Yuan took her to his apartment. There were 3 apartments on this floor, all of which were bought by Lu Yuan and Lu Jin. Lu Yuan's own apartment was very distinctive. All the decorations were very standard. There was nothing particularly outstanding, nor was there anything particularly ugly. It was a very common decoration and furnishings. After a glance, people would have no impression of it at all. It was just like their own house. After looking at it for a long time, they would become numb. He had the ability to fade into the crowd. Gun Yinji sat down in Lu Yuan's living room. Seeing Lu Yuan sitting opposite her, she asked in a low voice, CEO Lu, Do you know what's going on? Lu Yuan recalled what had happened at that time, and there was still a look of pity on his face. He wiped his face with his hand and said very gently, "That was more than 10 years ago. I'm not very clear about it, but I was already here at that time, so I still know a little bit about it." Gun Yinji perked up and quickly said, "President Liu, please tell me. It doesn't matter if it's just a little information. I just want to know how my father was blamed for Qin Suin's death." Your father, to be precise, started as a material witness in this case, because the last person Qin Suin saw before she died was your father. After he Changjian reported the case, the police wanted your father to assist in the investigation. In the end, he immediately fled to my place and asked me if there was any way he could escape the police's pursuit. It was because he escaped that the police upgraded him from an important witness to an important suspect and increased the intensity of his arrest. Gun Yinji was speechless. After being depressed for a long time, she said, "He didn't kill her. Why did he escape? Your father has always insisted that Qin Suin's death had something to do with him. All these years, he has been doing all kinds of things to atone for his sins. He once said that he wouldn't investigate anything. He would let these things sink to the bottom of the sea with the loss of some of the documents." The loss of the documents? What's going on? What kind of documents are they? Gun Yinji quickly asked. She had already automatically entered lawyer mode. Lu Yuan tilted his head and thought for a moment. He said, "I actually don't know what exactly happened, and I didn't ask. Since he came to join me, I invited him to do business with me and gave him shares. But Lu Jin quit after one day of work. He said that he was still suitable for scientific research. Later, I asked him to be the boss behind the scenes. I asked him to invest in technology and start an online security company with me. His technology was too advanced. I gave him more than half of the shares in the hope that I could keep him." Gun Yinji listened with relish, but even after Lu Yuan finished, Gun Yinji didn't hear the reason she wanted to hear. She couldn't help asking, why would my father rather bear the reputation of an important suspect than bring up Qin Suin's case again? Qin Suin died suddenly. There's no doubt about that, Lu Yuan said firmly. Lu Yuan said firmly, "Your father isn't someone who likes to do things casually, so if he says that he did something, then he must have done it. That's not necessarily true." Gun Yinji leaned back on the sofa disapprovingly. "He once told me that he wasn't my father." Lu Yuan, this sentence was really hard to wash away. Lu Yuan's teeth hurt. In the end, he could only brace himself and say, "Your father thought that you couldn't acknowledge each other, so he didn't admit his true identity. It's fine now. What else can't he say?" Gun Yinji asked in confusion. "Is it because I might be his and Qin Suin's biological daughter?" Lu Yuan looked away awkwardly and said, "This matter is still in the guessing stage, right? Do you have evidence to prove that you're Qin Suin's biological daughter?" Gun Yinji laughed. "Of course I have evidence, and actually, we only need to verify the DNA to confirm the paternity. But you also know that my DNA is rather special. Young Master Hua, and my father spent so much effort to hide my DNA. I can't take the risk of exposing this matter again." Lu Yuan nodded in relief. "It's good that you know. Then how do you plan to fight this lawsuit?" Gun Yinji shrugged nonchalantly. "This case has actually already been filed in court, and it's still valid." Lu Yuan didn't know much about the law, but he smiled and looked at Gun Yinji as she talked nonstop. Like a kind elder, he asked softly, "After so many years, hasn't the retroactive period passed yet?" Gun Yinji shook her head. "This is a criminal case. If a human life is involved, there's no retroactive period. In other words, as long as the case isn't solved, it can't be closed. It can only stay in the cold palace." Lu Yuan nodded. "It's good that there's no retroactive period. Otherwise, if Qin Suin was murdered, the murderer would get away with it." Speaking of this, Gun Yinji couldn't help complaining. "This person is so lucky. He actually has someone like my father as a scapegoat." She waved her arm. "If I find out who he is, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. The law will make them pay," Lu Yuan reminded her. "But now you insist that Qin Yaowang is the murderer. Have you thought of how to convince the court to accept your argument? That's why I need Dad's help." Only if he gives me the most detailed clues can I think of a way to restore the truth. Lu Jin also felt uneasy. He wanted to talk to Lu Yuan and ask him to help him or think of a way to deal with Gun Yinji. He didn't expect Gun Yinji to be one step ahead of him and come to Lu Yuan's place to ask questions. Lu Jin listened silently at the door, and Lu Yuan didn't stop him. Gun Yinji sat with her back to the door and didn't know Lu Jin had come. It wasn't until he heard Gun Yinji say that she wanted to restore the truth of the past that Lu Jin said, "I was the one who directly caused Qin Suan's death." "Yinji, what truth do you want to hear?" "Dad, are you willing to tell me?" Gun Yinji was surprised and delighted. She got up from the sofa and ran over to Lu Jin to hold his hand. Lu Jin's hand was cold. Gun Yinji was shocked and quickly said, "Dad, can you sit down?" Lu Jin pushed her hand away and frowned. "What exactly do you want?" "I said this has nothing to do with Qin Yaoguang." "How can you say it has nothing to do with her?" Gun Yinji was finally angry. She took out her phone and found a photo of Qin Suan when she was a child. She handed it to Lu Jin and said in a low voice, "Then explain why Qin Suan's photo when she was a child looks so much like me. And why did Qin Yaoguang do plastic surgery to look like Qin Suan?" This was today's second update. The 50,000 cheating dollars that Suzawai had tipped in April had arrived. Chapter 1852, The Dagger, is revealed. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially recommendation votes. There was a third update at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1864. Lu Jin's eyes widened as he looked at the old yellowed photo on Gun Yinji's phone. He reached out with a trembling hand and stroked the phone screen. He stammered, Where did this photo come from?" "You don't have to worry about that. It's not like we haven't done anything recently." Gun Yinji wanted to take her phone back, but Lu Jin grabbed it and refused to let go. His gaze was filled with longing, and he wished he could imprint the photo in his heart. Seeing Lu Jin like this, Gun Yinji couldn't bear to take the phone away. She sighed and said, "Do you know what Qin Suan looked like when she was young?" Lu Jin shook his head subconsciously. "You don't know?" Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow. "No wonder. When you saw me grow up, didn't you think there was something fishy about it?" Lu Jin was stunned. He looked away in a panic, retracted his hand, and silently returned to the sofa to sit down. Lu Yuan had been silently watching the father and daughter. When he saw this, he got up and made 2 cups of tea. He placed one cup in front of Lu Jin and the other in front of Gun Yinji. Lu Jin took the tea and slowly took a sip. The taste of this tea was very good, but it was a little bitter when it entered the mouth. After a while, the aftertaste slowly filled the mouth with a sweet fragrance. Lu Jin licked his lips and put down the teacup. He lowered his head and said, "After you came back, I saw what you looked like when you grew up. I had a guess, but I didn't confirm it." "What are you guessing? Why didn't you confirm it?" Gun Yinji softened her voice and tried not to give Lu Jin any pressure. A person like Lu Jin had a serious interpersonal disorder. This psychological disorder meant that when dealing with interpersonal relationships, he would try his best to take everything on himself. He wouldn't look for help from others, and he wouldn't think from someone else's point of view. Moreover, because he was too smart and had a much higher IQ than ordinary people, he often felt lonely and unable to communicate with others. Over time, it also aggravated his interpersonal disorder. Gun Yinji was one of the few people he could open his heart to care about and communicate with. The other person was Lu Yuan, but he still had reservations about Lu Yuan because Lu Yuan also had reservations about him. Therefore, Gun Yinji could only choose this method to not provoke Lu Jin. Lu Jin shook his head. What does it matter? She had already passed away. If they really went to verify it, they would let others know. She's perfect and shouldn't have any flaws, be it morally or in reality. She shouldn't have to bear these things. Gun Yinji suddenly understood. Her gaze sharpened in an instant. "Dad, you know who my biological mother is, but you never thought of making this matter public. You wanted Qin Yaoguang to continue bearing this name, right? That was why he had lied to her during the DNA test. It just so happens that Qin Yaoguang's plastic surgery is very similar to how I look when I grow up, so you can make the best of it. This way, no one will question the mother-daughter relationship between Qin Yaoguang and me. After all, we look so alike. Other than our noses, our eyes, eyebrows, lips, and the shape of our faces are exactly the same. Lu Jin was a little embarrassed by Gunyinji's gaze, so he could only look up at the sky. Gunyinji saw that Lu Jin didn't say anything, so she nodded. If you don't say anything, I'll take it that I guessed right. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth twitched twice, and he looked at her sideways. He wanted to deny it, but he couldn't say a word of denial in front of Gunyinji's tenacious and unyielding gaze. Those eyes looked at him like the eyes he had seen when he was a teenager when he followed his father around the hospital. The best memory in Lu Jin's heart was triggered, and he couldn't help but talk nonstop. The first time I saw her was after her car accident. I followed my father, Gu Haoze, to the hospital for a ward round and saw her. She was still a little girl, less than 10 years old. Her entire body was burned, and her entire face was wrapped in gauze. Only her eyes were exposed. I've never seen such beautiful eyes before. It wasn't the appearance of her eyes that made me think they were beautiful, but her eyes. They were tough and tenacious, and didn't have the fear and panic that burn patients often have. Her eyes were abnormally lively. Even though her entire face was wrapped in gauze, it didn't diminish the spirit in her eyes. Lu Jin paused at this point, as if he was trying to find words to describe his feelings. Then he said, her eyes were like a pair of glowing bodies. No one could ignore the spirit in these eyes. It made you think of all the beautiful things, like the clear sky after a summer rain. It had the power to cleanse one's heart. It was exactly the same as Ninji's eyes. Gunyinji, she touched her eyes. She had never thought that her eyes would be so beautiful. Lu Jin was immersed in his memories. There was a smile on his lips, and his gaze was distant. It was as if he had returned to that afternoon when he followed his father down the long corridor of the hospital. My father, Gu Haoze, is a famous psychologist. He is responsible for helping these burn patients with psychological counseling so that they can overcome their fear of the fire and live a normal life. My father has counseled countless burn patients, but he was full of praise for this little girl who was burned. He said that she was mentally tough and that she almost didn't need psychological counseling. Therefore, they were just chatting normally and didn't undergo formal psychological treatment. At that time, Lu Jin had an inexplicable interest in this little girl. He didn't know what this emotion was. He only knew that when he saw her and was by her side, he would feel safe and happy. He felt that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't conquer. He could also easily solve the difficult high-energy physics problems. He could also continue reading the foreign language original books on biological genes that gave him a headache. I often went to see her and sat in front of her bed for hours until a doctor came to change the dressing, until a killer sneaked into the ward in the afternoon when there were many people. Gunyinji's eyes widened. Killer. At that time, there was a killer who wanted her life. Lu Jin nodded. I happened to go see her that day, and I could tell at a glance that the person who was changing the dressing in her for was not a hospital nurse. Although that person was wearing a nurse's uniform and a big mask and was very skilled, I still found a lot of flaws. Lu Jin gestured with his fingers and said, hospital nurses don't have gun calluses on their fingers, and they don't wear wireless headsets in their ears. They changed the for while contacting the outside world. At that time, I had just become interested in electromagnetic fields, and I did a lot of small programs to test the electromagnetic fields around me. I looked at the abnormal electromagnetic signal displayed on my laptop and was sure that it came from the nurse who was changing the dressing, so I released electromagnetic interference and turned it into sound. The nurse was wearing a wireless headset, so she must have heard a loud bang in her ears. Because her expression suddenly changed, and she couldn't care less about changing the for. She covered her ears and almost couldn't stand steadily. She took a deep breath before turning around and leaving in a hurry. I only walked out of the crowd when I was sure that there were no accomplices of the nurse. At that time, Lu Jin was still a little boy less than 10 years old. No one would notice that he had just foiled a murder case. I took the medicine bottle left behind by the nurse and put it in my backpack. I called a nurse I knew to change her dressing. Fortunately, she was sleeping soundly and didn't know what had happened, Lu Jin said happily. He didn't feel any regret that he had saved someone, but the other party didn't notice. He was simply happy that the little girl didn't have to face such a terrifying situation. After I went back, I tested the bottle of medicine and found that there was a drug inside that could silently kill people from heart failure. And burn patients are prone to complications, and that is death from heart failure. If that was the case, Qin Suan would have been killed silently. I thought about it in the lab for a minute and decided to use public opinion to save her life. Because the person who wanted to kill her wouldn't just send one killer. This one failed. There were more people behind, and I was only one person. At that time, I was still a child, and I couldn't be by her side 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I needed to mobilize other people to make the mastermind behind-the-scenes retreat. So I submitted an article to the biggest newspaper in Sea City. It said that her family had been in a car accident and that her parents would rather be burned to death to protect their daughter. I knew that this kind of touching family love was the positive energy that the newspapers at that time liked to promote. Soon, the article was published, and countless reporters were sent to the hospital and the traffic police to interview the accident. More details of the car accident were revealed, and it aroused great sympathy from the public. More people went to the hospital to visit her, and there was an endless stream. The hospital naturally sent more nurses to her, and they stayed by her bedside almost 24 hours a day. The result was exactly as I expected. Ever since the report caused a huge reaction in society, the mastermind behind it was very afraid and didn't continue to send people to kill her. Gu Nianji listened attentively. She couldn't help frowning and saying, "You were so young at that time. Why didn't you tell your father, my grandfather, Gu Haoza, about this?" Lu Jin was stunned. "Why should I tell my father about something that I can solve myself?" Gu Nianji, "So this matter has always been a battle between you and the mastermind?" The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched twice, and she was amazed. If the mastermind behind it knew that the person who had foiled their long-planned plot was only a teenager who was less than 10 years old, she wondered if he would vomit blood and die. Lu Jin nodded seriously. "Yes, of course. They're no match for me. Although I'm not good at interpersonal relationships, my father has always taught me to do my own things and not to ask others to do them." Gu Nianji smiled bitterly and looked at Lu Yuan. She could see the same meaning in each other's eyes. There were too many things you could do by yourself. This is today's third update. Chapter 1853, Do Your Own Things by Yourself. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Today is Monday, especially recommendation tickets. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1865. Gu Nianji recalled the results of her, Hua Xiaoheng, and Lu Yuan's investigation. At that time, she had speculated that it was because Qin Suan's family's car accident had become a hot topic in society and caused a huge reaction. Under those circumstances, the price to pay to secretly kill Qin Suan was too high. Gu Nianji said thoughtfully the other party was very cautious and didn't want to expose themselves. That was why they didn't continue to pursue Qin Suan. Lu Jin nodded with a smile. "That's what I think. If they wanted to continue the murder, the cost would be too high, and it would probably not be worth it." Gu Nianji resisted the urge to roll her eyes and tried her best to be pleasant. "Dad, did you find out who the mastermind was?" Lu Jin shook his head without hesitation. "I wasn't even 10 years old at that time. How could I be that powerful? And my specialty isn't criminal investigation." "Really?" Gu Nianji's lips twitched. "What happened after that? When you grew up and had the ability, you didn't pursue it." Lu Jin's expression became melancholic as he muttered. Later, she became famous, and people from all walks of life came to visit her. Even the public relations department of the Qin Corporation's private hospital came forward and said that they would donate a sum of money for Suan's burn treatment and post-operative recovery. Burn treatment and post-operative recovery? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Does it include the cost of cosmetic surgery? Burn treatment, in a broad sense, includes the cost of cosmetic surgery, Lu Jin said affirmatively. Lu Jin said affirmatively. Later, Su Wen's burns passed the critical stage and she began to recover. After that, she was transferred to another hospital. She underwent skin grafts and facial cosmetic surgery there to remove all traces of the burn. Lu Jin sighed. After she recovered, she left the hospital and entered an orphanage. After she went to school, she was very outstanding, so outstanding that she was only slightly inferior to me. Gunyinji, it was tiring to have a father who liked to show off his intelligence at all times. Gunyinji shook her head and ignored Lu Jin's almost conceited attitude. She said in a low voice, "You've been paying attention to her all these years." Lu Jin nodded, then shook his head. "I didn't. I just checked her condition regularly to make sure that she was still alive and that no one was causing trouble for her." What happened next? Later, she went to university. On the first day of school, she met He Changjian. Lu Jin recalled the situation at that time and felt a little sad. He said, "Actually, I want to talk to her first that day, but she didn't remember me at all." "Gunyinji, have you spoken to her before?" "No." Lu Jin looked away unconfidently. "But I always accompany her. When she's not unconscious, she'll look at me. I know she should know who I am." Gunyinji felt that something was wrong. She opened her mouth but couldn't think of what to say. Lu Yuan said gently from the side, "She has gone through so many surgeries, and the recovery period for the burns was very painful. It's already good that she can survive it. What does it matter if she remembers you or not? As long as she lives well, you have no regrets." Gunyinji couldn't help glancing at Lu Yuan. She thought to herself that it was no wonder these two completely different people could be friends for so many years. It turned out that they both had the same sad story. Lu Jin lowered his head and his shoulders slumped. He leaned back on the sofa and said weakly, "Don't comfort me. I know I'm not good enough." She made the right choice. You haven't seen He Changjian when he was young. He was even more handsome than He Jichu now. I think I'm also a handsome man, but I'm still a little worse than He Changjian. Lu Jin stretched out his right thumb and index finger and gestured at a distance the size of a grain of rice. "But it's this little bit that determines that I can't be with Suin." Gunyinji let out a long sigh. Lu Jin finally admitted his feelings for Qin Suin. She sat over and gently held Lu Jin's hand. An extremely gentle smile appeared on her face. She said, "But you and Qin Suin have a smart and lovely daughter. That's me, so you're no worse than He Changjian at all." Lu Jin nodded subconsciously and grunted. "Of course our daughter is more promising than their son." He suddenly raised his head and looked at Gunyinji in horror. He said in a trembling voice, "Nyinji, you even have to trick me. You're too much. Believe it or not, I'll die right now." He struggled to break free from Gunyinji's hand and covered his face in shame as he tried to escape. In a moment of desperation, Gunyinji couldn't care less about anything else. She flew over and hugged Lu Jin's leg tightly. She started crying. "Dad, do you think my birth is a disgrace to others by doing this? Is that why you haven't told me who my biological mother is?" Lu Jin froze. He held onto the door frame with one foot in and one foot out of the room. He was in a dilemma. Gunyinji's grievance of not being acknowledged had been accumulating in her heart for a long time. Today it finally erupted. She let go of Lu Jin's leg and stood up from the ground. Her hands clenched into fists. She cried at Lu Jin, "Since you don't want me to have a biological mother, I don't want a biological mother. I don't even want a biological father. I was originally a test subject in your laboratory, so you don't have to be my father. I don't need it." She pushed Lu Jin away and ran out first. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment and quickly chased after her, but Gunyinji had already closed the elevator. The number of the elevator dropped rapidly. Lu Jin was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He slapped the elevator button desperately, but the elevator didn't stop. Lu Yuan walked out and leaned against the door frame with his arms crossed. He said calmly, "Why are you doing this? I think Nyinji is right. You just think that she has a bad background and tarnishes the reputation of the goddess in your heart. You're not even afraid of death, but you've tried to die time and time again for your goddess. I won't stop you. Your own daughter can't even stand it, let alone an outsider like me. These words pierced Lu Jin's heart like a sharp thorn. Even though he was a patient with serious interpersonal disorder and could completely ignore other people's words, he couldn't ignore Lu Yuan's words. He turned around in a panic and said repeatedly, "No, I don't think Nianji has a bad background. She's my biological daughter. Why would I think she has a bad background?" "But you refuse to tell me who her biological mother is," Lu Yuan said calmly. "This is the biggest denial. Besides, are you sure you treat her as your biological daughter? A person who can't even talk to his biological mother is indeed not worthy of being a father." Lu Jin had never expected that his actions to protect Qin Suan would deeply hurt Gu Nianji's heart. He was so anxious that he was running around in circles. "I really didn't mean that. It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Lu Jin had never felt so stupid before. His IQ, which he was so proud of, couldn't help him find a way to get the best of both worlds. Lu Jin was so anxious that he banged his head against the wall. Very quickly, his forehead turned red, and a big bump appeared on it. Lu Yuan shook his head and said coldly, "It's useless for you to bang your head against the wall here. Nianji has already run out. The more you bang, the more time you waste, and the further Nianji will run." Lu Jin stopped banging his head against the wall and glared at Lu Yuan. "Why don't you go after Nianji? When He Xiaoheng comes back and finds out that Nianji is gone, he'll definitely fall out with you." "You don't have to worry about that, shareholder Lu." Lu Yuan stepped aside leisurely and held the door handle. "I'm going to bed. You two father and daughter have a good talk. I won't get involved." Lu Yuan closed the door in front of Lu Jin. Lu Jin glared at the door and kicked it hatefully. He quickly returned to his room and turned on the GPS system on his computer to find Gu Nianji's location. It turned out that she hadn't run far. She was just staying in the park near the neighborhood. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief and rushed downstairs with his phone to look for Gu Nianji. His mind was still a little confused, because he had never thought that Qin Suan and Gu Nianji, the two most important women in his life, would be on opposing sides. In order to protect Qin Suan, he had inevitably hurt Gu Nianji. But if Gu Nianji was satisfied, Qin Suan's reputation would be destroyed along with her death. Lu Jin really didn't want this to happen, but he couldn't think of any other way to untie this knot. Gu Nianji held her breath and ran out of the neighborhood. She went straight to the park near the neighborhood to relax. It was already late, and the moonlight in the park was like a veil. The dark green trees carried a faint mist, and the air was extremely fresh. Gu Nianji took a deep breath, but the pent-up frustration in her chest still lingered. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and sat down alone on the stone bench in the park. Not far from her, there was a small children's playground. In a square sand table, there was a red and green slide and 2 swings made of brown bark. A few children in shorts and sweatshirts were playing in the sand with small buckets and shovels. Their mothers stood by the side, watching them play gently. Gu Nianji didn't expect to see such a scene. Her nose ached and tears flowed down her face again. Just as she was about to continue wiping her tears with the back of her hand, a folded handkerchief was handed over. Gu Nianji followed the handkerchief and saw He Zhichu standing in front of her. Gu Nianji was very surprised. She looked up at him and said, "Young Master He, why are you here? How's your father's condition?" He Zhichu sat down beside her and continued to hand the handkerchief to her. He said calmly, "He's already been sent to the VIP intensive care unit. The doctors checked the surgery and said that it was done very well. There's basically no need to worry about rejection, but he hasn't woken up yet." He added, "I was worried about you, so I came to take a look." Actually, he had been waiting here ever since he had settled He Changjian. He sat in the car until it was dark. He wanted to go back, but he happened to see Gu Nianji running out of the neighborhood. Gu Nianji took the handkerchief and sniffed her nose. She said in a muffled voice, "That person said he's fine, so he's fine. Believe me." He Zhichu nodded. "Yes, I believe you." Gu Nianji felt terrible and couldn't help crying again. He Zhichu turned to look at her for a while. After a moment, he placed his hand on her shoulder. He threw the handkerchief aside with his other hand and took out a pack of tissues to wipe her tears. He said gently, "What's wrong? Why are you crying here alone?" He was as amiable as a big brother, and he was most likely her biological big brother. Gun Yinji no longer avoided suspicion. She pulled Ijichu's sleeve and covered her face. She sobbed and said, "Young Master tell me, is my birth a disgrace to your mother?" This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1854, The Biggest Denial. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be 2 updates today. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. All the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1866. Ijichu's heart instantly tightened, and even his breathing stopped. He gripped the tissue Gun Yinji had used to wipe her tears tightly. He raised his arm and froze there like a statue. There was no expression on his face, and his sparkling almond-shaped eyes were as calm as the water in an ancient well. Gun Yinji waited for a while, but when Ijichu still didn't speak, she began to feel awkward. Did Ijichu think the same? It was no wonder. If her parents, who were very loving in her eyes, suddenly had a child with an outsider, even though she knew it wasn't the child's fault, she would still feel very uncomfortable. She was forcing Ijichu to ask him this. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and slowly let go of Ijichu's sleeve. She looked up at Ijichu and forced a smile. "Young Master don't take it to heart. I was just making an analogy. It has nothing to do with your mother. I shouldn't have spoken nonsense." Tears were about to fall from her bright eyes. They were like pearls, the first flowers of a strange flower. She was indescribably beautiful. Ijichu's heart, which had almost jumped out of his throat, gradually returned to normal. He saw that Gun Yinji was still forcing a smile at a time like this, and his eyes were a little bitter. His other hand fell and pressed down on the back of her neck. He slowly pulled her into his arms and said coldly, "Don't lie to yourself. You and I both know what's going on." He lowered his head and kissed Gun Yinji's forehead. "Yinji, do you know? Why was my mother opposed to using human reproduction for genetic experiments? It was because she considered that people were different. Everyone had their own emotions and dignity. Genetic experiments used to be carried out on animals and plants. At most, the human body was cultivated with human organs and tissues. Using genetic experiments to cultivate a living person, the price was too high. She had always been firmly against it." Gun Yinji's tears welled up again. She tried her best to hold them back and nodded gently. "I know. Lawyer Qin is a very outstanding and perfect woman. Her reputation is flawless. Those who like her and respect her will protect her. I was wrong." "Don't say that. My mother is a very brave person who faces reality head-on. If she knew that you were her biological daughter, even if you were born without her knowledge, she would never think of you as a disgrace. She would only make those who gave birth to you pay the price." Gun Yinji buried her head in thought for a while. She would love to see Qin Yaowang pay the price. But Lu Jin, although she said that she didn't want him to be her father, she still didn't want anything to happen to him. Gun Yinji broke free from Ijichu's embrace and sat up straight. She smoothed the sweaty hair on her forehead and said in a low voice, "I believe that Qin Yaowang has an unshirkable responsibility in this matter." Gun Yinji looked up and said with a determined expression, "Young Master I want to sue Qin Yaowang for murdering Qin Suan. Will you help me?" Ijichu was shocked and blurted out, "What did you say? Qin Yaowang murdered my mother. Impossible." "Why not? Do you still think my father did it?" Gun Yinji said stubbornly, "You know he's not that kind of person. He would never hurt your mother." No. I don't think your father is the murderer either." Ijichu clenched his fists. "Actually, no one is the murderer. My mother died suddenly because there was something wrong with her body. My father put your father on the wanted list just to find out what happened. He didn't say that he was the murderer. It was only because Gu Xiangwen escaped that he was upgraded to a suspect." Ijichu couldn't bear to say this because he was afraid that Gun Yinji would be even more upset. Gun Yinji had already found out about what happened that year from Lu Jin, although Lu Jin still refused to tell her about his last meeting. Yes, I know this was the result of what happened that year. But your mother's life experience and the death of your grandparents are all related to the Qin family. Don't you want to find out the truth? Hijichu nodded. Of course I do. I'm interrogating that person. He was talking about the person Gu Nianji had found in Sea City. It was said that he was an old friend of Qin Suan's father. It's not enough to just interrogate that person. Gu Nianji's eyes were dark, and her dark eyes were bottomless. He might just be a lackey. Even if he says everything, we can't touch the Qin family at all. Our breakthrough should be Qin Yaowang. Also, Gu Nianji smiled faintly. Didn't the U.S. government and Congress cry out for Qin Yaowang? Let's show the Americans what kind of person they're cheering for. He Jichu understood. You mean a public trial? Gu Nianji nodded heavily. My case and your case can't be tried in public. But what about the case of your mother's sudden death? I remember General, he said that the case hasn't been closed yet, right? Hijichu's mind was in turmoil as he thought about this possibility. Personally, he didn't want his mother, who had passed away for so many years, to be pushed into the teeth of the storm again. Once the trial was held in public, who knew how many dirty things the Qin family would do to protect themselves? Qin Suan had already passed away, so she wouldn't even have a chance to defend herself. However, he also knew that if he could find a breakthrough and hold a public trial of Qin Yaowang, not only would it shut the mouths of the Americans, but it would also reverse the public opinion in the country and calm the people down so that everyone wouldn't panic and worry. Other than making him and his father, He Changjian, uncomfortable, it would also make the Qin family panic. It would only be good for others and wouldn't be bad. He looked down at Gu Nianji's aggrieved little eyes and reached out to pat her head. Okay, but my father will wake up in 5 days. Are you confident that you can find evidence to prosecute Qin Yaowang within 5 days? If he really wanted to sue Qin Yaowang for murdering Qin Suan, of course he couldn't just have an idea. Whether the court could accept this case or not depended on the evidence submitted by the procuratorate to decide whether to file the case. The procuratorate evidence was all obtained from the police station. After so many years, the evidence from the police station had long been handed over to his father, He Changjian, for safekeeping. However, the problem was that none of the evidence pointed to Qin Yaowang. It would be extremely difficult for them to sue Qin Yaowang for murder. Gu Nianji nodded without hesitation. As long as young master he agrees, I'll squeeze oil out of a stone for her. I'm just looking for evidence. I don't believe that the Qin family didn't leave any clues after doing so many things to your grandfather. There are clues, but does this have anything to do with Qin Yaowang murdering my mother? He Jichu corrected her calmly. Is there a connection between the Qin family buying my grandfather's land and my mother's sudden death decades later? Maybe. Gu Nianji thought to herself, I'm sorry this time. I'll give you the presumption of guilt. Maybe? Hijichu's expression became indifferent and extremely calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him and his family. What did I teach you in the past? When you go to court, you can't use uncertain words like maybe, probably, and might be. You have to speak in the language of the law. And the language of the law is the most precise, comprehensive, and logical. Gu Nianji nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Young master, Anyway, as long as you understand that I'm not trying to humiliate your mother, I can start looking for evidence. Hijichu sighed softly and finally said, And your mother? Gu Nianji suddenly looked up, her clear eyes filled with disbelief. Young master, you really don't mind? Hijichu touched her face. I can't be happier to have a sister like you. Why would I mind? Even if my mother knew about this when she was still alive, she definitely wouldn't be unhappy. After a pause, Hijichu continued. Actually, when you came to my house, my mother was the one who personally brought you here. In the beginning, you didn't like to see the light, see people, or talk. It was my mother who put down her work and took a 6-month-long vacation. She stayed at home with you every day and slept in the same room with you at night. In the middle of the night, when you woke up from nightmares, she would hug you and comfort you. She would wake you up in the morning, comb your hair, wash your face, cook you delicious food, talk to you tirelessly, read you stories, and tell you about the outside world. She would take you on a trip, see the beautiful scenery around the world, and find many children to play games with you. Nianji, although she didn't know that you were her biological daughter at that time, she did more for you than a biological mother. Chapter 1867. Tears seeped out from between Gunyinji's fingers and rolled down her slender fingers. They flowed over her wrist and onto her snow-white arm, dripping all the way to her elbow. Then they gathered at the bottom of her elbow to form a shiny oval, like a teardrop pearl. They gently dripped down and rolled on the grass, splattering like jade. Hijichu stared at the direction of her tears for a long time before finally taking out a tissue to wipe her tears. He continued, "At that time, you didn't speak. My mother consulted a child psychologist and gave you a psychological test and an IQ test. They found that your IQ was very high, but your senses selectively shut off to the outside world. In other words, you only heard what you wanted to hear and saw what you wanted to see. The things you didn't want to hear or see were automatically filtered out. Your IQ was very high, and your mental strength was also very strong. Your self-control far exceeded that of a child your age, but you refused to communicate with others. They said that you might have been frightened when you were young, so you used an autistic tendency to protect yourself. Therefore, my mother listened to the psychologist's advice and talked to you nonstop every day so that you could come out of your shell and see the world. As long as you were awake, she would talk in front of you, and she maintained a very steady pace. Her voice was also very gentle and pleasant. Her efforts didn't go to waste. You finally reacted to her voice. As long as she spoke, your eyes would involuntarily follow her figure. But as soon as she turned around, you would immediately lower your head and hide behind the curtains. Hijichu remembered that day. When he came home from school, he stood by the door with half his body hidden in the shadows of the lamp. He silently watched his mother, Chinsuin, tidy up Gunyinji's room and fold clothes while talking to her. After the children's story is over, she tells you the cases she fought in the past as a story. From logical reasoning to evidence collection, from debating skills to reshaping one's worldview, she repeats them tirelessly over and over again. As long as you have the slightest reaction, she will be overjoyed. She will hug you and give you a big kiss. My mother's voice was hoarse from talking. Her throat was inflamed, and her throat was very swollen and painful, but she still refused to give up for a day. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. My mother couldn't take it anymore and fainted in your room one day. At that time, there were only the two of you in the room. You walked out of the room alone, came to the door of my father's study, and told the guard at the door that Susu was sick. Gunyinji, Susu? I called your mother Susu? Gunyinji was very surprised. Yes. Hijichu nodded. My father calls my mother Susu. You've heard him talk about it so much that you think my mother's name is Susu. That was the first time you spoke. My father heard it from the communicator in the study. He opened the door and saw you holding your doll. You looked up at him and said very clearly, Susu is sick. My father understood and immediately came to your room. He saw my mother fainted on the floor. He called our family doctor and a specialist from the Military General Hospital to examine my mother. They discovered that she was only overtired and had a high fever caused by an inflamed throat. Hijichu remembered that day at school when he heard that his mother had fainted. He immediately rushed back from school, but at the door of his parents' suite, he saw doctors in white coats going in and out anxiously. Little Gunyinji hugged her little doll alone and squatted by the door. She lowered her head and stared at the patterns on the carpet in a daze. No one paid attention to her, and no one said a word to her. The 16-year-old Hijichu felt an inexplicable pain and bitterness in that moment. He walked over without hesitation and bent down to pick up the 6-year-old Gunyinji. I'll take you inside. Gunyinji looked up and stared at him. She said Susu is sick. This was the first time she had spoken to Hijichu. Hijichu immediately understood who she was talking about and nodded. Yes, Susu is sick. Let's go see her, okay? Gunyinji looked at him suspiciously for a while. She seemed to be trying to determine if his words were malicious or kind. In the 6 years of her young life, she had encountered too many people who used coaxing tones to conduct cruel experiments on her. She had shut herself away to protect herself. Hijichu looked at her quietly with undisguised heartache and pity in his eyes. Gun Yinji's small body slowly softened. She leaned her head on his shoulder and said, "Let's go see Su. I took you to my mother's room to see her. You saw her lying motionless on the bed with a needle in the back of her hand and an 4 bottle next to the bed. You immediately screamed and desperately reached over to remove the 4 bottle and the needle from my mother's back." The doctors in the room were shocked. Hijichu paused. He didn't say that his father had immediately yelled at him to carry Gun Yinji away. He continued, "I was also shocked and quickly carried you away. However, you were so angry that you slapped me." Gun Yinji was speechless. She said blankly, "I was too young and didn't know anything." She didn't remember anything at all, but she was familiar with what Hijichu said. She listened to him with great interest. Hijichu rubbed her head. "You hated needles and were afraid of injections when you were young." Gun Yinji touched her arm and said sheepishly, "I'm afraid now too." Hijichu smiled. His shimmering, sultry eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. He looked away and looked up at the sky. The moonlight was separated by sparse shadows of tree branches. It looked like an ancient window. "My mother was sick. You went to see her every day, stayed by her bed, covered her with a blanket, brought her water, and even woke her up to take her medicine on time. My father was angry and amused when he heard you call my mother Susu. He asked you to call her auntie, but you refused and stubbornly called her Susu. My mother protected you. She said that you could call her whatever you wanted. What did it matter? It was just a form of address. My father joked that this would spoil you. My mother said that if you took the initiative to take care of her when she was sick, no matter how much you spoiled a child like her, you wouldn't spoil her." Gun Yinji pressed her hand to her chest to suppress her pounding heart. She muttered, "Mother really said that?" Hijichu nodded slightly and whispered, "Everything related to you is still fresh in my memory." Because in the years when he had lost her, he had brought out these memories over and over again, and they had supported him throughout his decadent period. Gun Yinji was extremely touched. She gently held Hijichu's hand and said with admiration, "Young master Hino, brother, isn't our mother the best mother in the world?" Hijichu smiled. "In our hearts, she is indeed the best mother in the world. Everyone's mother is different and irreplaceable. I feel very lucky to have the same mother as you." It seemed that he really didn't mind. Gun Yinji nodded. "Then, please let me do one last thing for my mother. I want justice for her." Hijichu looked at her silently. After a long time, he closed his eyes. "Okay, do whatever you want to do. Don't worry about my father. He's not an unreasonable person. All these years, he only wants to find out the truth about what happened back then and give my mother an explanation." Gun Yinji composed herself and turned her head away. She looked at the lawn not far away and said in a low voice, "I remember you saying that I came to your house when I was 6 years old. For the first 6 months, it was your mother who personally brought me up." Hijichu grunted. "6 months later, you started to speak, but you only talked to my mother and me. You ignored everyone else. 2 years later, you were almost recovered, but that year..." Hijichu paused and tried his best to hold back the sobs in his throat. "Your father suddenly came to my house and wanted to see her. The two of them had a secret conversation in the study for more than an hour. After your father left, my mother was found dead in the study." Hijichu lowered his head, as if his shoulders couldn't bear the burden. Her heart wasn't very good to begin with. She couldn't be stimulated, nor could she be too tired. Gun Yinji understood what Hijichu was implying. Her father must have said or done something to stimulate Chinsuin, which caused her sudden death. Gun Yinji's eyes dimmed. She didn't want to talk about Lu Jin. She thought for a moment and asked quietly, "Why was mother's heart not very good? What caused it?" "The doctor said it was congenital. So it's hereditary?" Gun Yinji was deep in thought. "Then we have to check if there's a hereditary history in my grandfather and grandmother's family." Hijichu, this is today's first update. Chapter 1856. You can't spoil her no matter how much you spoil her. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There'll be 2 updates today. There will be a second update at 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Thank you to the readers over at QQ Reading for your tips, especially the 10,000 reading points from Superior Ling on August 3rd and the 10,000 reading point from July, Moshimomo. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1868. Your grandfather's family all went abroad before the founding of the People's Republic of China. Only their family stayed, and it was the same for your grandmother's family. Even now, your grandmother hasn't found a single relative. Otherwise, why would mother go to the orphanage when she was young? He Ji-Chu shook his head. Ow! But don't grandfather have Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining? Gun Yinji immediately thought of Qin Jining, who had brought her over, saved her life on Snake Island, and then shot her. Where is Qin Jining? If others can't, we can at least test him, right? He Ji-Chu thought about it. Sure, but his family relationship with mother is quite distant. Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining's grandfather was mother's paternal cousin, not biological brothers. Their father and mother's cousins were even more distant. As for Qin Jining, it's almost 5 generations. Are you sure you can confirm mother's family's history of heart disease by checking Qin Jining's condition? Gun Yinji, she knew it wouldn't be that simple. Then I'll think about it again, Gun Yinji said listlessly, but her mind began to sort out the clues she had found. At that moment, He Ji-Chu's phone rang. It seemed a little out of place in the quiet park. He Ji-Chu looked at his phone and saw that it was Xie Qingying. If she didn't know, she would let her imagination run wild again. After hesitating for a moment, He Ji-Chu swiped open his phone and picked up the call. Qingying, what's the matter? Xie Qingying was obviously relieved. She smiled and said, Young Master He, have you finished your business? Are you coming back? I'll make you supper. Before He Ji-Chu could say anything, Gun Yinji had already stood up and said with a smile, Young Master He, it's already very late. I have to go back. You should go home too. Xie Qingying heard Gun Yinji's voice on the other end of the phone, and her eyebrows twitched slightly. Young Master He, are you with Yinji? He Ji-Chu didn't hide anything and grunted. Yinji saved my father's life. I'm here to thank her and her friends. Gun Yinji, He Ji-Chu had no choice but to leave with her and escort her back to the apartment complex. The two of them were about to leave when Lu Jin, who was standing in the bushes not far from the park, quickly turned around and left. He Ji-Chu walked Gun Yinji all the way back to the entrance of the precinct. He watched her figure disappear around the corner of the tree-lined path before turning to leave. He returned his car and had just started it when he remembered something. He stopped the car and got out to go back to the park. Arriving at the stone bench where he and Gun Yinji had been sitting, He Ji-Chu saw his handkerchief lying alone on the stone bench. Nearby was the tissue he had used to wipe Gun Yinji's tears. He Ji-Chu pursed his lips and walked over. He folded the handkerchief and put it back in his pocket. He also collected all the tissues and took them to the small pond in the park. He lit them with a lighter and watched them burn to ashes and fall into the water before turning to leave. When he returned to the He residence, He Ji-Chu went to the dining room and saw Xie Qingying sitting alone at the dining table. She was typing on her laptop and writing a work plan. He Ji-Chu rubbed his temples and didn't explain. He sat across from her and said, What did you make for supper? I didn't have dinner, so I'm a little hungry. Xie Qingying was surprised to hear that He Ji-Chu hadn't had dinner. You didn't treat Yinji and her friends to dinner? No, I had something to do. I went to see Yinji because I had some business to attend to, but found that her friend had already left. She had already had dinner, so I just chatted with her. He Ji-Chu's expression didn't change as he said this. He was also surprised that he could lie so easily. Xie Qingying didn't say anything else. She looked up at He Ji-Chu and smiled. Since you haven't had dinner, don't eat this little glutinous dumpling. I'll go make chicken soup noodles for you. The kitchen had walking chicken soup stock all year round. It also added pork bones, scallops, pigeons, longan meat, and ginger. It was perfect for making noodles. He Ji-Chu nodded and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble. Xie Qingying quickly shook her head. I'll have to thank Yinji and her friends another day. We can't thank her enough for doing us such a big favor this time. No need. Ijichu instinctively objected. I've already thanked her. You don't know her well. Actually, he was a little worried that Xie Qingying would find out who her friend was if she interacted with Gunyanji more. After all, Xie Qingying was the niece of Gunyanji's friend. Although they weren't familiar with each other most of the time, Gu Xiangwen had been hiding her identity for more than 10 years. Xie Qingying didn't retort. She said gently, Okay, if you don't want me to go, I won't go. It's not that I don't want you to go. He Jichu was a little embarrassed. If you really want to go, you can go. Xie Qingying wisely stopped talking about this topic and went to the kitchen to make noodles. When Gunyinji returned to her apartment, Lu Jin immediately followed her in. He closed the door and looked at Gunyinji. He quickly said, I was worried about you. I didn't mean to follow you. Gunyinji's expression was still very cold. She said lightly, It doesn't matter if you followed me. After all, I'm your test subject. You have to track the results of the test subject, right? Lu Jin felt very bad. He knew that he had really hurt Gunyinji's heart. He walked over carefully and followed Gunyinji to the kitchen. Seeing that she was thirsty and wanted to drink water, he quickly stepped forward and poured her a glass of water. Gunyinji, what do you want to do? Gunyinji sat down at the dining table. I'm very tired. I want to go to sleep. Lu Jin rubbed his hand on the seam of his pants and muttered, Ninji, I heard what Hijichu said to you just now. The corners of Gunyinji's mouth twitched. You hit it so well. She was so agitated that she didn't notice that there was someone nearby. She didn't know if Hijichu had noticed or not, but he had said so much later. It wasn't ruled out that he had done it on purpose. Telling the truth would kill two birds with one stone, because the key to the whole case was actually Lu Jin or Gu Xiangwen. Only if he stood up and told them the contents of the hour-long secret conversation would they be able to guide them in the right direction. However, Gunyinji felt that Lu Jin wouldn't say it no matter what. As for why, she couldn't figure it out, and she couldn't be bothered to think about it for the time being. Lu Jin actually knew that Gunyinji and Hijichu probably wanted to know what he and Qin Suan had talked about in that hour. He didn't want to say it, because Qin Suan had made him swear not to mention this topic to anyone again. Lu Jin hadn't made many vows in his life, but he hadn't broken his promise. Moreover, he couldn't say it out loud. Lu Jin looked at Gunyinji's unhappy face and was at a loss for words. So Suan was so good to you back then. I know my decision was right. Not wrong. Gunyinji was furious again. Then do you admit that Qin Suan is my biological mother? Lu Jin, since you know she's my biological mother, you still want me to get engaged to young Master He? Young Master, he is my half-brother from a different father. Do you know what you're doing? Gunyinji pounded the sofa and roared angrily. Lu Jin thought to himself, I can answer this question. He blinked and said seriously, In theory, relatives who are related by blood can't form a family together and have children because they have too many of the same genes. It's easier for disease-causing genes to be expressed, which will greatly increase the probability of genetic defects in the offspring, which is detrimental to the continuation of the human race. But you have perfect genes. There are no disease-causing or defective genes in your genes, and you also have a powerful ability to repair and correct errors. I've also cured Hijichu's genetic defects. Your children won't have any genetic diseases or defects, and there won't be any obstacles to reproducing. Lu Jin asked in confusion, So why can't we get engaged? Gunyinji, damn it, this logic was so perfect that she didn't know how to refute it at all. This is today's second update. Chapter 1857, Perfect Logic. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Readers who like Hello, Major General, can you please come to the Chidian reading app and give the characters in this book a like? If you flip back from the last chapter, you'll be able to see the characters. I've set up 20 characters. Please come and give the characters a like every day. This is free. Help the characters you like. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1869. But he's my biological brother. This has nothing to do with genes. Gunyinji racked her brains to try to convince Lu Jin. Lu Jin waved his hand disapprovingly and said, "The first survival need of a living creature is to reproduce. This is determined by biological instinct. Males have the instinct to maximize the spread of their genes, and females also have the instinct to choose the strongest genes to reproduce. In the animal world, females will choose the strongest males to reproduce, and males will also show their strengths in front of as many females as possible. It's the same in human society." Gunyinji, she rubbed her forehead and said with a headache, "You're talking about low-level animals that haven't broken away from animal instincts. Humans are already high-level animals that have broken away from these instincts." "So?" Lu Jin scoffed disdainfully. "Humans have broken away from low-level animal instincts? You make it sound like those promiscuous men and women are very evolved." Gunyinji, she was so tired. Discussing the issue of men and women with a sharp, smart, and knowledgeable scientist was asking for trouble. She took a deep breath and said angrily, "You see it so clearly. Then why did you agree to do a reproductive experiment with Qin Yaoguang and use your own genes to combine with Qin Yaoguang's genes to form a fertilized egg?" In the beginning, Lu Jin and Qin Yaoguang used their own sperm and egg cells to avoid legal supervision and conduct biological genetic experiments. "How is that the same?" Lu Jin replied seriously, "We did it for scientific experiments, just like donating blood. We donated our own reproductive cells for experiments without any emotional color." "Huh." Gunyinji pursed her lips. "Then why don't I have a few more half-siblings?" Unexpectedly, Lu Jin said with a look of disdain, "Qin Yaoguang isn't as smart as me, and she's not articulate. Her words are illogical, and there are more defects in her genes. She's not worthy of my genes at all. So her genes and mine didn't successfully combine to form a fertilized egg." Gunyinji, Lu Jin's interest was piqued. "Actually, there's something wrong with Qin Yaoguang's egg cells. Her egg cells only successfully combined with the gardener's sperm to form a fertilized egg. Later, they were implanted in the surrogate mother's uterus and implanted when she was born. TSK. This means that she is only worthy of that gardener. When Dayo." Gunyinji couldn't help but want to laugh, but she didn't want to forgive Lu Jin too easily. She tried her best to keep a straight face and said coldly, "Then you admit that you deliberately chose Qin Suan, the lawyer's genes, to combine with you to conceive a fertilized egg?" She pointed at herself, the fertilized egg. Lu Jin's face turned red. He quietly stretched out his index fingers and couldn't help but point at them for a while. He whispered, "I didn't choose. I don't dare. Why wouldn't I dare?" Gunyinji raised her eyebrows in surprise. "You didn't choose them?" Lu Jin didn't know where to look. He stammered, I really didn't." "Then how was I born?" Gunyinji's voice rose. "Don't tell me you don't know." Lu Jin was forced into a corner by Gunyinji, but he was worried that he would piss Gunyinji off again. He didn't know what she was going to do next, so Lu Jin was really afraid of her. He looked up at Gunyinji and met her big, stubborn eyes that refused to give up. Lu Jin's heart softened even more. He turned his head away and said, "Qin Yaoguang did it. I was deceived by her at first. She said that she had successfully combined with my sperm to form a fertilized egg and wanted me to carry out gene editing." Lu Jin said awkwardly and wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. "But when I started gene editing, I had to test all the sequences. Otherwise, how would I edit it? My goal at the time was to have perfect genes. I wanted to remove the non-human genes from the human genes and make up for it with the human genes. In the end, I found that the DNA on the maternal side of the fertilized egg wasn't Qin Yaoguang's DNA at all." Gunyinji understood and couldn't help but be even more surprised. "You mean you knew that Qin Yaoguang was lying, but you pretended to be confused and cooperated with her to lie?" Lu Jin frowned and looked at her uneasily. He said, "I told you I'm not as good as you think. I did lie. I knew that the DNA wasn't Qin Yaoguang's genes, but in the beginning, I didn't know whose genes it was. I only found that person's genes weren't very healthy. Later, I found out that the fertilized egg after her genes and my genes were abnormally healthy and powerful. Only then did I get a little interested and secretly check Qin Yaowang's experimental records. Lu Jin paused for a moment and couldn't help smiling. Through her experiment records, I found the egg cell she used, and naturally, I found the owner of the egg cell. Was it lawyer Qin Suan? Gun Yinji asked coldly. Lu Jin finally nodded honestly this time. It's her. Because we wanted to treat He Jichu's illness, our idea was to use his parents' genes for research, so we had his parents' reproductive cells. Gun Yinji was very upset. She said, since you have their reproductive cells, why didn't you just let them have another child to treat young Master He? Because they had already given birth to a defective child. If they gave birth to another child, the probability of a defective child would be higher, Lu Jin said honestly. So this possibility was ruled out from the beginning. You're very happy, aren't you? Gun Yinji frowned. You really hit it? Lu Jin still nodded and said shamefully, I was on a whim. I thought it wasn't bad, so I gave birth to it and tried it. But I didn't expect Qin Yaowang to personally be a surrogate mother. She moved the fertilized egg into her womb and implanted it. Qin Yaowang claimed that this fertilized egg was a fertilized egg between me and her. No one in the lab knew. She kept her experiment records herself. But after I found out the truth, I set a fire in her lab and burned all her experiment records. Lu Jin's expression didn't change as he spoke, as if he didn't realize what he had done at all. Gun Yinji was speechless for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so naughty. Lu Jin glared at her. I told you, I'm not as good as you think. And I've carefully speculated that Qin Yaowang's experiment records would only be happier if they were burned. She would never pursue the matter of who burned her lab. Qin Yaowang was indeed very happy. Her only record was gone. Everyone thought that this child was her biological daughter. Even Qin Suan didn't know. Therefore, Qin Yaowang had been in a very good mood throughout her pregnancy. She didn't have the usual vomiting of pregnant women, nor did she have pregnancy spots or stretch marks. She was extremely healthy, and she didn't become ugly like other women when they got pregnant. Not only did she not become ugly, but she even became prettier. She was like a piece of unpolished jade that was about to bloom with dazzling brilliance. Gun Yinji listened attentively to Lu Jin's memories and said thoughtfully, because of your concealment, she didn't know that you actually knew who my biological mother was. Lu Jin shook his head repeatedly. Of course she didn't know. She always thought that I was kept in the dark. She thought that only she and her father, Qin Bei, knew this secret. Gun Yinji, Qin Bei knows too? Yes, Qin Bei definitely knows. Qin Yaowang's things have something to do with her father, Qin Bei. Lu Jin muttered. Qin Bei should just be a good businessman and earn his money. Why is he so concerned about genetic research? Don't you understand? Gun Yinji sneered. Because he didn't earn all this money on his own. He relied on the foreign financial group behind him to make his fortune. Of course, he can't just earn money. Those people didn't give him money to make money for them at all. Those people are after something else. Since Qin Bei had boarded the pirate ship, he couldn't go up and down as he pleased. Lu Jin pursed his lips like a clam, afraid that he would accidentally spill the beans. Gun Yinji was indeed Qin Suan's biological daughter. What she had just said was almost exactly the same as what Qin Suan had said all those years ago. Lu Jin's gaze fell on Gun Yinji, and a trace of guilt and pain suddenly flashed across his eyes. However, when Gun Yinji looked up, Lu Jin's gaze had already shifted elsewhere. Gun Yinji didn't notice the change in Lu Jin's expression. She was immersed in her own thoughts and muttered to herself, Does Qin Suan know the truth? Lu Jin's eyelids twitched. He didn't answer the question and quickly changed the topic. What does it matter if she knows or not? She's no longer in this world anyway. Gun Yinji looked deeply at Lu Jin and didn't continue asking. Indeed, whether Qin Suan knew the truth or not wouldn't help her with what she wanted to do. It might even affect her logic. Therefore, Gun Yinji let Lu Jin go. She looked at him quietly for a while and said, Dad, if you still want me to call you Dad, then don't stop me from doing what I'm going to do next and don't cause trouble. I don't want to see you turn yourself in or commit suicide. Lu Jin smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. I won't. But Nianji, what do you want to do? I still want to sue Qin Yaowang for murdering Qin Suan. Gu Nianji clenched her fists and suppressed the sourness in her heart. Qin Suan. My mother's family was harmed so badly by Qin Yaowang's family. I don't believe that my mother's sudden death had nothing to do with them. Lu Jin's heart sank. Nianji, you still insist on filing a complaint? What if the truth is harder to accept than you think? Gu Nianji, what do you mean? Gu Nianji raised her head, revealing her snow-white and delicate neck like a white swan. If you want to tell me what you said to my mother at the time, so that I don't have to take a detour, of course I welcome it. But if you don't want to tell me, I completely understand and won't pursue the matter. But if you don't want to tell me, don't refuse me. I'll find the truth myself. Gu Nianji clenched her fists. I believe I can find the evidence I want myself. I can convince the prosecutor's office to submit a complaint to the court. Lu Jin looked at her silently. He was sure that if he didn't say it, Gu Nianji would never know what he and Qin Suan had said on the day she died. He just didn't expect that Qin Suan would suddenly die that day. Lu Jin nodded slowly. If you want to find the truth yourself, of course I won't stop you. As long as you remember not to get yourself involved. Gu Nianji thought to herself, how could she guarantee it? But she still nodded. I'll try my best. I'll try my best to finish the file within 2 days and send it to the prosecutor's office. She would give the prosecutor's office and the court 2 more days to review it. She hoped that the case would be officially filed on the day He Chengjian woke up and a court hearing would be scheduled. Lu Jin sighed and felt very depressed. You'd better ask He Zhichu to go with you to the prosecutor's office. His identity is different, and it's also for his mother's sake. He can't stay out of it. Gu Nianji glanced at Lu Jin in surprise. Dad, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Lu Jin's mood gradually improved from Gu Nianji's praise. He looked up and said, I actually know all about interpersonal relationships, but I just don't want to do it. I feel so stupid. Gu Nianji, this is the first update of the day. Chapter 1858, High and Low. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be 2 updates today. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. Remember to like the characters every day. It's best if you like the female lead, Gu Nianji, and the male lead, Xiaohong, because both husband and wife have entered the finals. Oh, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Oh, readers of QQ Bookstore, come and like the Qi Dian reading app. It's free. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1870. Gu Nianji gave up and stopped trying to break through from Lu Jin's side. This person was always telling the truth. Even if he really went to court, Gu Nianji felt that he would completely offend the judge, the jury, the people in the courtroom, the reporters, and the netizens. She had never seen a person speak in all directions without any blind spots. No wonder he was diagnosed as a patient with severe interpersonal disorder. He was really courting death. In the next 2 days, Gu Nianji began to actively look for clues to prepare her complaint. The law was about the presumption of innocence, but this time, Gu Nianji was using the presumption of guilt as a starting point to find evidence to prove her point. This was to prove to the prosecutor's office and the court. She looked at the suspicious points and clues listed on her laptop and called Qin Ziyuan first. Qin Ziyuan was Qin Jining's brother, so his words were more reliable. Qin Ziyuan was very surprised to receive Gu Nianji's call. His sometimes one-track-minded brother had committed such a big crime. If Gu Nianji hadn't finally relented, Qin Jining would have really gone to prison, and he would have had no future. Therefore, Qin Ziyuan was still very grateful to Gu Nianji. He held the phone and said politely, Miss Gu, what can I do for you? Gu Nianji exchanged a few pleasantries with him before getting to the point. Mr. Qin Ziyuan, I wanted to ask you, does your family have a history of heart disease? A history of heart disease? Qin Ziyuan was stunned. Why do you ask? As far as I know, almost no one in our family has heart disease. No one. Gu Nianji smiled. Lawyer Qin Suan seems to have a bad heart, right? I saw the doctor's diagnosis and said that her heart disease was congenital. Congenital meant that it was related to heredity, which meant that it was related to genes. Are you talking about my aunt? I think so. Qin Ziyuan didn't remember too clearly. You can ask young master he. You should know best. I've asked, Gunyinji said slowly. He said that his mother's heart wasn't very good, and the doctor had diagnosed it as congenital. But you also said that there's no history of heart disease in your family. Could it be that lawyer Qin Suin inherited heart disease from her mother? Qin Ziyuan thought for a moment and said, if Aunt's mother's family has a history of this kind of heart disease, our family probably won't marry them. Our Qin family was also a big family before the founding of the nation. We don't care about matching each other's social status, but we will definitely prioritize the health of the other party. My aunt's father, who is my paternal cousin, wants to get married. My family won't allow him to marry into a family with a history of heart disease. Are you saying that your paternal grandmother, who is also your aunt's mother, is very unlikely to have congenital heart disease? The probability is very low. Gunyinji actually thought so too, but she needed the relevant evidence before she could make such a conclusion. Qin Ziyuan's words could be said to be the first indirect evidence. Gunyinji continued, then can I trouble you and your brother to go to the hospital I designate for a physical examination? It would be best if you can get a certificate that you don't have congenital heart disease. Can you give me another sample of your DNA? Qin Ziyuan became vigilant. What are you going to do? Why are we being asked to do this for no reason? Why do you want us to do this kind of examination for no reason? Gunyinji didn't hide it from him. It's like this. I found something suspicious about your aunt's sudden death back then. I suspect that it wasn't a natural death, but a homicide. Are you serious? Qin Ziyuan stood up abruptly and paced back and forth in the room. He was extremely agitated. What clues do you have? I can't tell you. Of course, Gunyinji wouldn't reveal her trump card. She said decisively, if you're willing to help your aunt's family clear their names, then agree to my request. If you're not willing, then pretend I didn't say anything. How could Qin Ziyuan not be willing? He knew how much his father cared about Qin Suin's family. However, they had also suffered the most. Qin Ziyuan quickly said, don't try to goad us. As long as there's really something suspicious, we'll definitely cooperate. Qin Ziyuan kept his word and immediately called Qin Jining to go for the examination. When Qin Jining first heard that it was Gunyinji's request, he felt a little awkward and was reluctant to go. However, when he heard that it was related to his aunt, Qin Suin's sudden death, he immediately followed her to the hospital Gunyinji had designated. When they received the results of the examination in the afternoon, Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining personally delivered them to Gunyinji. Gunyinji invited them into her house. She first took a small cotton swab and a small transparent plastic bag containing the evidence. She asked them to roll it a few times in her mouth, wet the cotton swab with saliva, and put it into the small transparent plastic bag. Then, she pulled out a few strands of hair and put them into another small transparent plastic bag. After all this was done, she invited the two of them to sit down. Gunyinji quickly glanced at Qin Jining. She saw that he had lost a lot of weight and looked a little gloomy. Although Gunyinji didn't pursue the matter and he didn't bear any criminal responsibility, he was still punished in the army. His rank was demoted to second lieutenant. It could be said that he was very unlucky. Qin Ziyuan also sized up Gunyinji's residence and realized that she really didn't lack money. Thinking that everything here was arranged by He Chu, Qin Ziyuan asked softly, Miss Gu, do you know that young master he has a new girlfriend? They might be getting engaged soon. With a new girlfriend, He Chu wouldn't be able to take care of Gunyinji as meticulously as before. Even if he was willing, his girlfriend wouldn't be willing. Gunyinji nodded and smiled. I know. It's Xie Qingying, right? As long as they're happy, it's fine. Wouldn't you be more relieved that young master he is living a good life? She tilted her head and smiled coquettishly. Qin Ziyuan saw that she didn't mind at all, so he thought that she definitely didn't love He Chu. Otherwise, wouldn't she be heartbroken? However, she didn't love He Chu, and she was still actively helping his deceased mother fight the lawsuit. TSK. Women's minds were really hard to guess. Qin Ziyuan felt a little embarrassed. He chatted with Gunyinji for a while longer before getting up to leave. From beginning to end, Qin Jining didn't say a word. He was a completely different person from the big boy who loved to laugh and joke around half a year ago. Gunyanji thought to herself, I still have a barrier in my heart, and you, the shooter, are depressed she didn't take the initiative to talk to Qin Jining. But when she walked Qin Jining out, Qin Jining suddenly turned around and looked at her for a while. He said, Do you know where Wen Shui went? Gunyanji's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Qin Jining still had a lot of feelings for Wen Shui? Oh no. If he continued to pursue the matter, Gunyanji didn't dare think too much about it. She tried her best to remain calm and said, How would I know? It's not like you don't know that she'll mock me whenever she sees me, and I can't help mocking her. I'm completely at odds with her. It'd be best if we never met again. Qin Jining, I only heard that she went to America, and then I couldn't get in touch with her anymore. Qin Jining turned his head. I don't mean anything else. I just think that maybe Wen Shui knows the best about Qin Yaowang. You should investigate Wen Shui. Gunyanji understood and breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself that Wen Shui had already told her everything she knew when she was hypnotized. However, Qin Suan's family's past had nothing to do with Wen Shui. She hadn't been born yet, so there were many things she didn't know. It was unnecessary to ask her. However, Qin Jining had good intentions when he said that. Gunyanji thanked him politely and said, I'll think about it. Thank you, Mr. Qin Jining. You used to call me Brother Little Ning. Qin Jining turned to look at her again and suddenly said, Miss Gu, if young master he can't take care of you anymore, please give me a chance. I can marry you right away, and let you continue to live the same life as you do now. Gunyanji was stunned. Before she could react, Qin Jining said nervously, Don't think that I'm just an ordinary soldier in the country. Our Qin family is still very rich abroad. I have my own trust fund. As long as I get married, it will belong to me. When the time comes, I'll transfer it all to you. Qin Ziyuan was speechless when he heard this. He quickly grabbed Qin Jining and said to Gunyanji embarrassedly, My brother feels very guilty about the shot he fired. He's always wanted to make it up to you. Don't think too much. He didn't mean anything else. Gunyanji quickly said, I know. I'm fine now. Mr. Qin's, you don't have to feel guilty. I know the culprit wasn't Mr. Qin Jining. Qin Jining looked at her deeply and was dragged away by Qin Ziyuan. They were in the hallway of Gunyanji's floor when they were talking. As soon as the elevator left, the doors of the two suites opposite were pushed open at the same time. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin poked their heads out of their suite. Lu Yuan asked in confusion, Did someone propose to you just now? Lu Jin glared at Lu Yuan and said arrogantly, My girl is talented and beautiful. Is it strange for someone to propose to her? A fair lady is a gentleman's match. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue. But your daughter is already married. Do you want her to get married again? Lu Jin dead. This is today's second update. Chapter 1859, Presumption of Guilt 1. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Remember to like the characters every day. It's best if you like the female lead, Gunyanji, and the male lead, Hua Xiaoheng, because both husband and wife have entered the finals. Oh, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Oh, readers of Buckle Bookstore, come and like the Qidian reading app. It's free. Mwah. All the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1871. Gunyanji was already used to their daily bickering. Without looking up, she said, No, you heard wrongly. Heard wrongly? Lu Yuan and Lu Jin looked at each other. Both of us heard it. Did both of us hear wrongly? When Gunyanji closed the door, she smiled mischievously at the two middle-aged men. Both of you are old, so it's entirely possible that both of you heard wrongly. Then she quickly closed the door. She was mocking the two of them for being deaf and blind and having old age syndrome. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin's hearts turned cold at Gunyanji's retort. The two of them looked at each other, who was old, and smiled bitterly at the same time. Lu Yuan shook his head. Shareholder Lu's daughter is indeed extraordinary. I think she's definitely better than her master when it comes to scolding people. Lu Jin couldn't help but want to retort back, but he was in a bad mood after being called old by his daughter. Age was not only a taboo point for women over 30, but also a taboo point for men over 40. Gun Yinji returned to her suite and began to read through the medical reports that Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining had brought, especially the report on the heart. She was sure that Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining did not have any problems in this area. As for the rest of the Qin family, she could talk about it later. After sorting out the medical reports and putting them into the file, Gun Yinji took the 2 small transparent plastic bags and rang the doorbell in front of Lu Jin's door. She only pressed the button and opened the door to Lu Jin's suite. That was because Lu Jin had already stored her palm print and iris data in the database of his smart door lock. She only needed to swing at the door and press her palm to open the door. After entering, she found that Lu Yuan was actually cooking in Lu Jin's kitchen. The air was filled with the fragrance of delicious food. Gun Yinji couldn't help gulping and said with a smile, "President Lu is showing off again? What good stuff did you make this time?" Lu Yuan said lightly, "It's all food for older people. It might not be suitable for a young girl like you." Gun Yinji. She looked at Lu Yuan strangely and smiled. "I didn't expect President Lu to be angry. Not only will I be angry, but I will also hit people." Lu Yuan turned around and glanced at her. "You're so naughty that I want to beat you up." Gun Yinji giggled and walked over to fawn over him. "President Lu, please don't say that. I know I was wrong. I won't say it again. President Lu is still as handsome as ever." The number of people who want to marry President Lu can line up from the 2nd ring to the 3rd ring. Lu Jin noticed that Gun Yinji had come in and quickly walked over. When he heard this, he asked curiously, "Why is it from the 2nd ring to the 3rd ring? Since you said he's so good, why are there so few people lining up to marry him?" The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. "Because there aren't many women who are worthy of President Lu. There are only enough women from the 2nd ring to the 3rd ring. Our boss Lu is not someone that just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can match up to." Lu Jin thought about it seriously and said, "If that's the case, there are quite a lot of people lining up from the 2nd ring to the 3rd ring." Gun Yinji. She ignored Lu Jin and continued to curry favor with Lu Yuan. "President Lu, what delicious food did you make? What delicious food can there be in the summer?" Lu Jin said calmly, "It's just loofah and egg soup." Gun Yinji looked into the stainless steel soup pot and happened to see pieces of tender loofah floating in the almost transparent, clear soup. The middle part was snow white, and the golden egg blossoms were dotted with pieces of loofah. It would be very delicious with a little salt. The loofah was smooth, and the egg blossoms were as tender as soup. She took a bite of the loofah with the egg blossoms around it, and it was so fresh that water could be pinched out. Gun Yinji was full of praise. President Lu's culinary skills are getting better. It's amazing to be able to make a home-cooked dish into a signature dish of a luxury restaurant. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue. Older people have bland tastes, so they can only eat home-cooked dishes. The signature dishes of those luxury restaurants are for you young people. No way. Everyone can eat it. Gun Yinji's attention was completely attracted by a simple loofah and egg soup, so she casually replied. Lu Yuan laughed. "You young people are easier to deceive. Those signature dishes are meant to trick you young people. We older people only care about practical benefits. We won't be fooled by those signature dishes that are golden on the outside but rotten on the inside." Gun Yinji knelt and cupped her hands in front of her chest. "President Lu, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't speak nonsense again. President Lu, please forgive me this time. When I go back, I'll praise you more in front of Ms. Song." Lu Yuan's hand, which was holding the soup spoon, paused. He still smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter what you say. I'm not going back." Gun Yinji, she shut up at the right time, knowing that she shouldn't continue. When she went back with her 2 small transparent plastic bags, she saw Lu Jin watching her and Lu Yuan bicker with interest. Seeing that Lu Jin was about to open his mouth, Gun Yinji quickly went up to him and brought the 2 small transparent plastic bags to Lu Jin. She said loudly, "Dad, look at what this is. You have to do me 2 favors." Lu Jin's attention was attracted by the small transparent plastic bags used for experiments. "Whose saliva and hair samples are these?" "These are from Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining." Gun Yinji placed the 2 small transparent plastic bags in Lu Jin's hand. Help me check if they have any genetic defects in their genes for congenital heart disease. That's easy. I'll check right away, Lu Jin said as he took the two small transparent plastic bags and went back to the laboratory in his suite. Lu Yuan had just scooped the loofah egg soup into a white porcelain soup bowl that looked like a round bowl. The bottom of the white porcelain soup bowl had a few green aquatic plants drawn with a meticulous brush. As soon as the loofah egg soup was put in, the aquatic plants seemed to come to life and swayed in the clear soup. The loofah was snow white, the egg blossom was golden, and the aquatic plants were green. It was appetizing at first glance. Gun Yinji shamelessly followed Lu Yuan into the dining room and said attentively, "I'll set the dishes." Lu Yuan let her do as she pleased. He went to call Lu Jin over for dinner. Lu Jin had already put the samples into the machine to start sequencing. Now he had time for dinner. The three of them sat at the dining table and chatted as they ate. Lu Yuan asked again, "That Qin Jining just now was proposing to you, right? Why did he say that he also has a trust fund?" Gun Yinji had a headache, but she had already offended Lu Yuan and Lu Jin just now, so she didn't dare to act rashly now. She said honestly, the Qin family is Qin Huichang's family. Qin Suin's father's family was quite rich in the country back then. Their family's base was originally in the south. Hundreds of years ago, their family had a place in the 13 rows of Ji City. Oh, no wonder. Lu Yuan nodded. Qin Huichang's family has a piece of land in Z City, so it was passed down from their ancestors. Yes, before Z City became a special economic zone, it was originally a part of Ji City, and now it's under the jurisdiction of Ji Province. Gun Yinji had done her homework. Because they couldn't find any problems with Qin Beioi, Shi, and Hua Xiaoheng started with Qin Huichang. You could say that Qin Huichang's Qin clan is the famous Qin clan in the south. If you trace back the history of Qin Beioi's clan, your ancestor wasn't even surnamed Qin. He only changed his surname to Qin when he came to the south to work for the Qin clan. Unfortunately, everyone only knows about Qin Beioi's Qin family now. Some people even say that they're the Qin family in the 13 rows of the country. Gun Yinji smiled and tapped her soup bowl with a spoon. Qin Beioi never explains himself. He deliberately made the mistake. Lu Jin listened attentively and nodded. Qin Huichang's relatives immigrated overseas a long time ago. Qin Huichang's family was the only one left in the Qin family. However, after Suin married He Changjian did everything he could to help her find the Qin family in the country. Among them were the two brothers, Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining. At that time, they were also in the orphanage, but they were in another orphanage in the south, not the Qin orphanage. He Changjian also helped them get in touch with the Qin family abroad. The two brothers should have received their share of the inheritance. Gun Yinji replied with an "Oh. I guess so. Actually, when Shi doesn't know how lucky she is. Qin Jining likes her very much. If she's with Qin Jining, she'll definitely marry into a rich family. Unfortunately, she doesn't like Qin Jining." Lu Jin shook his head and scooped himself a spoonful of loofah egg drop soup. She only has eyes for Hijichu. Just like her mother, she won't give up until she gets it. Lu Yuan was relieved and said, "I don't think Qin Jining has good taste. This kind of person has a problem with his IQ. Yinji, you have to see it clearly." Gun Yinji pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Thank you for the reminder, President Lu." After the three of them finished dinner, Gun Yinji returned to her suite to continue sorting through the files. Lu Yuan came to her room with a cup of pure tea and asked with a smile, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Gun Yinji glanced at him and said carefully, "President Lu, you're not angry anymore, are you?" Lu Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "I was just teasing you." Gun Yinji. She sat back behind her desk and asked as she typed, "President Lu, what do you think I should start with the presumption of guilt?" She already had the Qin family's medical report, but this would at most prove that Qin Suin's congenital heart disease was untenable. Lu Yuan thought deeply and said, "I still remember that Qin Suin's heart didn't seem to have any problems before the car accident." A thought suddenly flashed through Gun Yinji's mind. "What do you mean by there was no problem before the car accident?" Do you have her medical report before the car accident? Lu Yuan shook his head. It was decades ago. How could there be a medical report from that year? I heard it from your father. I remember that it was lawyer Qin Suin who suddenly fainted in the car on her way back from a court appearance. She might have been too tired. After she was sent to the hospital, the diagnosis was that she fainted due to a congenital heart disease. Her blood supply was insufficient, so she fainted. When your father found out about this diagnosis, he muttered for a few days. He said that if Qin Suin had congenital heart disease, she wouldn't have survived the car accident, much less the burn recovery treatment after the car accident. When Gu Nianji heard this, it was as if she had been enlightened. She let out a loud, "Ah," and said in surprise, "I know where to start." This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1860, Presumption of Guilt 2. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. Remember to like the characters every day. It's best if you like the female lead, Gu Nianji, and the male lead, Hua Xiaoying. The link is in the author's speech at the end of the chapter. Readers of Buckle Bookstore, come and like the Chidian reading app. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1872. Lu Yuan saw that Gu Nianji had a clue, so he stood up and said, "Then I won't disturb you anymore. Get ready." After Lu Yuan left, Gu Nianji spent the whole night writing the complaint and supplementing the evidence she wanted to submit. After carefully checking all the materials, it was already dawn outside. The morning light shone through the gap in the curtains. The study facing the south was shimmering, and it shone on Gu Nianji's pretty face, which had been up all night. However, she wasn't tired at all. Instead, she was full of energy, as if she had gotten plenty of rest and sleep. She could be said to be excited, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, like the pink in the most delicate rose's heart. Gu Nianji read the complaint from beginning to end again, then took out her phone to call He Jichu. She wanted to ask He Jichu to go to the procuratorate with her to submit the complaint. In the past, she wouldn't have bothered to do such a thing, but this time was special. She needed to get the procuratorate to approve her complaint as soon as possible, and, at the same time, get the court to accept her complaint and file the case. Because murder was a criminal case, if she wanted to seek criminal punishment for Qin Yaowang, she would have to get the procuratorate to prosecute her. An individual could only file a civil compensation lawsuit against Qin Yaowang related to murder and could not directly file a criminal lawsuit. The phone rang a few times, but no one picked up. Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It seemed to be too early. It was only 5 in the morning. The procuratorate started work at 8 o'clock, but He Jichu still needed time to read through the complaint and the evidence she had collected. It would take at least 2 to 3 hours, so Gu Nianji knew that it was too early to disturb He Jichu, but she still braced herself and called him a few times. He Jichu still didn't pick up. Gu Nianji thought about it and dialed He Jichu's office's landline. There was someone on duty 24 hours a day. Even if He Jichu didn't pick up personally, his operator, his orderly, and his personal secretary would pick up. As expected, someone picked up the phone very quickly and asked politely, "Hello, may I know who you are? Why are you looking for our chief? I'll record it down and give it to him when he comes to work." Gu Nianji quickly said, "Sorry to trouble you. I'm Gu Nianji. I have an urgent matter to discuss with Major General He Jichu. Can you please wake him up now? It's really urgent." The person who answered the phone was He Jichu's orderly. He immediately said, "Okay, I'll help you wake up the chief now." He knew how important Gu Nianji was to He Jichu. Although they had already broken off the engagement, He Jichu still instructed them to inform him immediately if Miss Gu wanted to see him. Therefore, everyone in the He residence treated Gu Nianji with respect. The orderly arrived at He Jichu's bedroom and rang the doorbell. After a while, Xie Qingying opened the door. She was wearing a tight, long-sleeved nightgown and asked with sleepy eyes, "What's wrong? What's the matter? It's only 5 in the morning." The orderly politely said, "Miss Xie, please call the chief. Miss Gu has something urgent to talk to him about." Pausing for a moment, he added, It's urgent. Xie Qingyin, she poked her head out to look. Gunyinji? She's here? Where is it? Miss Gu didn't come. She called the chief's office. Xie Qingyin nodded. Got it. I'll ask the chief to call her back. Okay. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Xie. The orderly saluted her. Xie Qingyin smiled faintly. It's my duty. Closing the suite door, Xie Qingyin looked down at He Jichu's phone in her hand. She couldn't open this phone, but she could still answer calls. Gunyinji had called He Jichu's phone several times just now, but He Jichu hadn't woken up. Xie Qingyin had woken up. She saw that He Jichu had only returned at 2 in the morning yesterday, and was too tired to wake him up. He had only slept for 3 hours, so she couldn't bear to wake him up. She hadn't expected Gunyinji to call He Jichu's office again. Was there really something urgent? Xie Qingyin pondered whether to wake He Jichu up. Just as she was walking to the bedroom, He Jichu's phone rang again. Perhaps Gunyinji had called at the right time. The orderly must have told her that He Jichu would call her back on his phone. She couldn't wait, so she called again. Xie Qingyin picked up the phone and said softly, Is this Nyinji? I'm cousin Qingyin. Gunyinji was slightly taken aback, and her face quickly turned red. She said embarrassedly, Cousin Xie, can you let young master he answer the phone? I have something urgent to talk to him about. Okay, he's still sleeping. He only came back at 2 in the morning yesterday, and only slept for 3 hours. I'm sorry for what happened just now. I wanted to let him sleep a little longer and call you back at work. Xie Qingyin said with a smile, but there wasn't much apology in her tone. Gunyinji also knew that she was in the wrong for calling someone at 5 in the morning, so she quickly said, Cousin Xie, I'm sorry. This is the last time. I really have something urgent to talk to you about. I won't call young master, he's so early in the future. As long as she could file a case immediately, Gunyinji really didn't need He Jichu's power anymore. Her only wish here was to clear the name of Qin Suin's family. Xie Qingyin smiled and said gently, I know. If it wasn't for something urgent, cousin Nyinji wouldn't have disturbed us so early. Xie Qingyin pushed He Jichu and said, Young master there's a phone call. It's urgent. He Jichu was indeed very sleepy. He had been interrogating that person yesterday, but that person's knowledge was really limited. There wasn't much information that could be obtained, and there was no new information. After being woken up by Xie Qingyin, He Jichu was a little grumpy. He turned his head childishly and hugged his pillow. I'm not answering. Xie Qingyin found it funny. Her eyes curved as she held back her laughter and continued to push him. It's Nyinji's call. You're not answering? He Jichu instantly woke up. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table and frowned. Give me the phone. It must be urgent to call so early. Xie Qingyin handed the phone over and said considerately, I'll go to the kitchen to make breakfast for you. Wake up early and see what's going on with cousin Nyinji. She was indeed a little unhappy, but she knew the severity of the matter. Gunyinji must have had something urgent to do to look for He Jichu. She could understand that. After Xie Qingyin left, He Jichu wiped his face and picked up the phone. He asked, Nyinji, what's wrong? What happened? Gunyinji had heard the entire conversation between Xie Qingyin and He Jichu. She was a little embarrassed, as if she had peeped into someone else's privacy. Her face burned as she stammered. Young master, I've finished my complaint. I wanted to ask if you were free today. We'll send the complaint in as soon as the procuratorate opens in the morning. Young master, do you want to read the complaint first and then come with me to the procuratorate in court? This was the first time Gunyinji had gone through the back door. She asked with trepidation, afraid that He Jichu wouldn't be willing. Fortunately, He Jichu wasn't unwilling. He agreed immediately and said as he put on his clothes, I'll be right there. Don't worry. There's no car on the road now. I'll drive to your place in 15 minutes. Gunyinji quickly nodded and thanked him. Okay, thank you, young master. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I'll go make you a sandwich. The kind of sandwich that only needed to be heated in the microwave was one of the few foods she could make. He Jichu grunted. He didn't care much about what he ate. After putting on his clothes, he went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Then he came out with his car keys. In the living room downstairs, he met Xie Qingying, who had just come out of the kitchen. She was holding a tray of food in her hand. When she saw He Jichu coming downstairs, she quickly said, "Young master He, have some breakfast before you leave." He Jichu waved his hand. "It's too late. I'll go to Ninji's place to eat." With that, he left without looking back. Xie Qingying looked at the food on her tray and smiled bitterly. She shook her head and sent the food back to the kitchen. She said to the orderlies in the kitchen, "Sorry to trouble you, but young master, he has already gone out. You guys can share this breakfast. It's all freshly made. It's clean, and no one has touched it." "You're welcome, Miss Xie." A few orderlies in the kitchen quickly thanked her and happily took the tray to eat. Xie Qingying had no appetite at all. She went upstairs to get her bag and left the He family's house. It was a summer morning in the imperial capital. The air was still very fresh and cool, and there were not many cars on the road. Xie Qingying drove alone, wondering what was going on with Gunyinji. She regretted suggesting that she go with He Jichu to take a look. With He Jichu's current status, it was not appropriate for him to appear directly. Actually, she could help He Jichu do things. That way, even if something went wrong, he could blame it on her and not make things difficult for He Jichu. As Xie Qingying thought about it, she turned the steering wheel and drove back. At the same time, she called He Jichu to ask if she could go over to see Gunyinji with him. This is today's second update. Chapter 1861, Presumption of Guilt 3. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Remember to like the character every day. The link is in the author's speech at the end of the chapter. Readers of QQ Bookstore, please come and like the Chidian reading app. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1873. He Jichu had just gotten out of his car when he received Xie Qingying's call. His car was parked in the underground parking lot of Gunyinji's apartment complex. His phone rang, and he thought it was Gunyinji rushing him, so he quickly unlocked it. When he saw it was Xie Qingying, he frowned and asked coldly, "Qingying, what's up?" Xie Qingying quickly smiled. "I don't have anything going on today. I thought about how you only slept for 3 hours last night. If Ninji needs help with anything, I can see if I can help her. You can also sleep more." He Jichu smiled, and his voice softened. "I'm not sleepy. I'll take care of Ninji. Don't worry." Xie Qingying was so angry that she laughed. Why would she worry about Gunyinji? She was clearly worried about him, but she couldn't say that to He Jichu. So Xie Qingying could only say tactfully, "You've been too tired these past few days. Are you really okay? I drove over, and I have Ninji's address on my phone. I'll come look for you. Do you want to buy some breakfast on the way? I remember Ninji doesn't really know how to cook." He Jichu was slightly moved. It wasn't like he didn't know how Xie Qingying felt about him, and he was trying to accept it. Up until now, he felt that the two of them were quite compatible. Perhaps they would develop feelings when they were together. He Jichu took a deep breath and said as he entered the elevator, "It's really okay. Ninji and I have some work matters to discuss. You won't be able to help even if you come. Go back. I'll call you later. Be a good girl." Xie Qingying had always been a very independent woman. She had studied abroad for many years and relied on herself for everything. She was no longer the pampered girl she used to be at home. But this kind of woman also longed to be taken care of and pampered deep down. He Jichu's careless pampering and perfect decisiveness made her more and more addicted. Xie Qingying parked the car on the side of the road. She felt the side of her ear that was pressed against the phone go numb. She didn't dare pinch it with her hand, afraid that if she did, her melted ear would fall off. She buried her head on the steering wheel and felt her stomach churn. He Jichu's "be obedient" had really killed her. She thought for these 2 words, no matter how much she had to pay, it was worth it. After stopping by the roadside for a while, Xie Qingying drove on again. It was still early, and she didn't want to go home. Driving alone on the street, he felt as if there was magma boiling in his heart. His emotions fluctuated, and he was unable to calm down. She really wanted to see He Jichu right away. Even if she didn't have to do anything, she would be content to just sit and watch him quietly. But she couldn't go. He Jichu wouldn't let her. Xie Qingying couldn't help but call her best friend and invite her out for breakfast. Her best friend was called out by Xie Qingying at 6 in the morning, and it was not that she did not resent her. But for the sake of their many years of friendship, what else could he do? Of course it was to forgive her. She punched Xie Qingying reproachfully and said, "You really value a lover over a friend. You've been with your Prince Charming these past few days, and you've forgotten about old friends like us, haven't you?" Xie Qingying smiled and said, "Hey, I don't know who was in a relationship at that time, but they didn't contact us for half a year. Did I complain?" When she appeared again later, she was cheated on and broken up with. Her best friend thought about it and smiled. "If it weren't for the fact that you accompanied me for a month without any regrets when I was hurt by that scumbag, I would have sent you to court today. It's illegal to disturb people's dreams, let me tell you." Xie Qingying smiled and made a scared expression. "Spare me. In order to atone for my sins, I'll take you to a good place to eat and kill time." "Where are we going?" Her best friend yawned. "Let me say this first. Don't go to places that are too noisy. It's best to go to a quiet place with fewer people. After eating, you can also lie down and sleep." Xie Qingying smiled. "There really is a place. I'll take you there to broaden your horizons." The two of them drove to a building near the second ring road that looked like an ancient king's mansion. On the towering roof with double eaves and mountains, the words Guanglu Temple were written on the white door wall. After entering, there was a large courtyard full of green plants. The temperature was at least 5 degrees lower than outside, and it suddenly felt cool. There seemed to be a faint mist floating in the courtyard, and the pavilions inside looked a little hazy. Xie Qingying's best friend was dumbfounded. "Where is this? You brought me to a temple to eat? I'm not a vegetarian." Xie Qingying smiled. "This isn't a temple. It's a restaurant." She coughed softly. Guanglu Temple is an institution in charge of the royal meals in ancient times. All the delicacies in the world come from Guanglu Temple. This restaurant is named Guanglu Temple, so the dishes are naturally extraordinary. She paused and said, "And this place is not open to the public. It's even more difficult to enter than Xiangsuahai. No wonder I've never heard of this place, even after eating all over Siju City." Her best friend looked around and was suddenly no longer sleepy. She rubbed her palms and said, "I'm going to have a good meal today." Actually, she could tell that Xie Qingying had a lot to tell her, and she was willing to listen attentively. He Jichu had already arrived at Gunyinji's house. He ate the sandwich she had just heated up in a microwave and went to her study to discuss the case. He Jichu's expression became serious after reading Gunyinji's complaint quickly. He looked up at Gunyinji and said coldly, "Do you know what you're doing?" "I know. I'm presuming guilty. It doesn't conform to the law." Gunyinji shrugged. "But you also taught us that we have to act in an emergency. As a lawyer, the first important thing is to think of the interests of the client. Under the premise of not breaking the law, we should try our best to maximize the interests of the client." The first principle of a lawyer had never been to uphold the justice of the law, but to protect the interests of the client under legal circumstances. Whether the law was fair or not was a question for the people who made the law, not a question for lawyers. Hijichu's expression softened, and he nodded. "Yes, at least you didn't throw away what I gave you back then." After saying this, Hijichu's eyes narrowed, and he asked again, "But the congenital heart disease you're talking about didn't exist before Mother got into the car accident when she was young. Other than reasoning, is there any other evidence for this argument?" Gunyinji pushed the doctor's diagnosis over. "This is the diagnosis that Mother was diagnosed with congenital heart disease when she became an adult. At that time, Mother was almost 30 years old. And when Mother and Grandfather's family were involved in the car accident, Mother wasn't even 10 years old. She was still a child. If Mother really had congenital heart disease, then how did she survive the car accident?" Gunyinji took out the medical paper on congenital heart disease she had printed out and showed it to Hijichu. "Young master," he looked, "according to the doctor's diagnosis, Mother's congenital heart disease is pulmonary stenosis. This kind of symptom can be serious or minor for ordinary people. But for a person who has experienced such a serious car accident and has experienced the healing and recovery of burns, it's impossible for her to survive. Also, congenital heart disease is acquired by the fetus in the mother's body. It has a lot to do with heredity, but I've checked Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining's DNA and health reports. Both of them have very healthy hearts. Of course, my template might be a little small. I need to test more people before I can come to a conclusion. But we don't have much time now, so let's report our doubts. As long as the court agrees to file the case, we can continue to perfect our chain of evidence. Hijichu thought about it silently for a long time before nodding. Okay, let's go to the prosecutor's office. The two of them got into Hijichu's car and drove to the prosecutor's office. It was almost 8 in the morning. Gun Yinji had drunk a bottle of milk at 5 in the morning. She hadn't eaten anything when Hijichu ate a sandwich. Now she was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. However, she still didn't want to waste time, so she endured it. Unexpectedly, when the car passed by a cake shop, the smell of fresh cake wafted out of the shop. Gun Yinji's stomach began to growl. Hijichu actually heard it. He slammed on the brakes and said, "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let's find a place to have breakfast. We can still make it to the prosecutor's office after breakfast." Gun Yinji quickly shook her head and said, "No need, no need. The people from the prosecutor's office work at 8:30, right? It's already 8:15 now. It's okay." Hijichu turned the steering wheel. "There's a place very close to here. I'll take you to breakfast." As he spoke, he took out his phone and called his personal secretary. "I'm taking someone to Guanglu Temple for breakfast. Help me book a place and order 2 breakfasts. I want their signature dishes." Gun Yinji heard the words signature dishes and thought of Lu Yuan. Her expression instantly became strange. Hijichu turned to look at her. "What's wrong? You don't want to go? Trust me, you'll know when you get there. It won't be a wasted trip." Gun Yinji stopped thinking and shook her head with a smile. "It's not that I don't believe you. I was just thinking if the food is especially delicious, can I take a picture as a souvenir? That's not possible. No pictures are allowed there." As Hijichu spoke, he had already stopped the car. He took out the car key and waved at her. "Get out of the car." Gun Yinji looked up and saw Hijichu parking the car in front of a building that looked like an ancient prince's mansion. She couldn't help gulping and feeling even hungrier. She pursed her lips and struggled in her mind for a while. She got out of the car and followed Hijichu into the restaurant called Guanglu Temple. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1862, Presumption of Guilt 4. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. Remember to like the character every day. The link is in the author's speech at the end of the chapter. Readers of QQ Bookstore, please come and like the Chidian reading app. Mwah, everyone little angels. Chapter 1874. Following Hijichu in, Gun Yinji was shocked by the furnishings inside. The courtyard layout here was completely in the style of the Tang dynasty. The structure was simple and open, but the small place was especially ingenious. The grandeur and exquisiteness miraculously blended together. It was not out of place at all. A male waiter in a simple white shirt and black pants walked over and led the 2 of them across a bluestone path to a small octagonal pavilion next to the water. "This is the best scenic spot on the winding stream. Please have a seat. Breakfast will be served soon." Gun Yinji looked in the direction the waiter was pointing and realized that the layout here was indeed very unique. A winding 2-foot wide stream of water had been trimmed into the shape of a small stream. There were pebbles of various shapes at the bottom, and all kinds of koi fish could be seen swimming inside. Around this winding stream, there were small houses of various colors that were the same as the octagonal pavilion they were in. The windows were facing the water, and in front of the houses were bananas, dripping guanyin, bonsai, palm leaves, and other large leafy plants. It was just like a private room in a normal restaurant, but the private room here was more grand and luxurious. A few people were in a small house or pavilion, giving everyone a sense of privacy. The waiter left. Hijichu saw that Gun Yinji was still standing there looking at the scenery elsewhere, so he took Gun Yinji's hand and sat down. He Jichu found her stunned expression very interesting. He raised his hand to stroke her hair and smiled. You've been back for so long, but you haven't had a good time. When the case is over, I'll do my best as a host and take you around here in the imperial capital. Not far from them, in a private room across the water, Xie Qingying watched as He Jichu and Gun Yinji held hands and sat next to each other. He Jichu even stroked Gun Yinji's hair intimately. Xie Qingying's face burned as if she had been slapped in the face. Her best friend, who was sitting next to her, also saw this scene. Her eyes widened, and she said indignantly, "Is this what you said? They're discussing work? Scumbag. I didn't expect young Master He to be such a scumbag. And that cousin of yours. You've already broken off the engagement with young Master He, but you're still so intimate with him. Is it really okay?" Xie Qingying's best friend had once experienced a man she deeply loved cheating on her, so she could empathize with this kind of thing. Xie Qingying gripped the chopsticks in her hand. Her knuckles gradually turned white from the force she exerted. Qingying, don't hold it in. In terms of feelings, you two are equal. You used to worship him and look up to him, but now that you're in a relationship, are you really going to turn a blind eye to this? Her best friend pointed at the two people who were smiling at each other and said angrily, "Don't make me look down on you. You weren't like this before." Xie Qingying had a few boyfriends in past. She was very principled towards them. If she was unfaithful once, she wouldn't be faithful again. She wouldn't give them any room to argue. But now, Xie Qingying pursed her lips. Although she felt terrible, she still said with difficulty, "Maybe they came out for breakfast after talking about work." "Hey, you believe that? Qingying, you're really hopeless." Her best friend slammed the table. The voice was so loud that it spread out through their open window. Gun Yinji was sitting facing them. When she heard the voice, she subconsciously looked up and suddenly realized that it was Xie Qingying and her best friend sitting opposite her. The clear stream flowed between them, and the colorful koi fish shuttled back and forth in the water without stopping for a moment. Gun Yinji didn't think too much about it and nodded at Xie Qingying as a greeting. She smiled and winked at He Jichu, then teased, "Young Master He, Cousin Xie is also having breakfast here. Did you guys make an appointment? Did I interrupt your date? Should we ask Cousin Xie and her friend to come over?" She was actually just being polite. She couldn't let anyone else hear what she and He Jichu were discussing. However, she couldn't figure out how far He Jichu and Xie Qingying were. If they really wanted to talk about marriage, then they would be on the same side. They couldn't keep it from her. So she kicked the ball to He Jichu and saw how he would handle it. He Jichu looked up in surprise and saw Xie Qingying forcing a smile at them. He was furious. His first thought was that Xie Qingying was following him. However, Gun Yinji and Xie Qingying's best friend were both next to them, so he couldn't lose his temper at Xie Qingying. Even if he wanted to scold her, he would have to go back first. He Jichu had always given Xie Qingying face in front of outsiders. He looked away expressionlessly and said, "I said I had something to do. I don't know why she's here. Maybe it's a coincidence." "Oh." Gun Yinji didn't try to persuade him. "Then hurry up and serve the dishes. I'm really hungry." He Jichu glanced behind him. "It's here. Eat slowly. Don't rush it. It's not good for your stomach." Gun Yinji nodded with a smile. "I want to taste the signature dishes here." She could go back and argue with Lu Yuan. The waiter brought a table full of breakfast snacks. He Jichu scooped her a bowl of peach kernel soup and pushed a black pepper okra truffle in front of her. There's also purple potato, steamed buns, and chicken fur mushroom and asparagus fried rice. It's not dry at all. It's good to eat in the morning. It's all vegetarian. Gun Yinji looked at the bright purple potato, steamed buns. They were only the size of a thumb and were neatly arranged on a small plate. She could eat two in one bite. The chicken fur mushroom and asparagus fried rice had a very bright color scheme. The fried rice grains were like pearl rice, so eating it in the morning wouldn't cause a sore throat. Gun Yinji took a bite. It was surprisingly delicious, and it was obvious that she didn't use any extra condiments. She tried her best to maintain the original fragrance of the food. She couldn't stop after taking one bite. She just buried her head in the food. Xie Qingying, who was sitting across from her, lost her appetite when she saw that He Ji-chu and Gun Ninji had already noticed her and were still eating her breakfast as if nothing had happened. She pursed her lips and took a deep breath. She stood up and said in a low voice, "I'll go say hello." "That's more like it." Her best friend pushed her. "Sister, walk forward boldly. If young master, he is a scumbag. We don't want it no matter how good it is." Xie Qingying walked along the winding path. Her heart was in a mess. She felt like every step was walking on the edge of a knife. When she arrived at the octagonal pavilion, where He Ji-chu and Gun Ninji were, her smile was a little stiff. "Young master He Ninji, you're here too? If I knew you were coming, I would have ordered food for you first." She was showing that she had come first and hadn't followed them on purpose. Gun Ninji looked up and smiled. "Good morning, cousin. The food here is really good. It's my first time here. I went out with young master, he to do something, and passed by here. Young master, he was so polite that he invited me here for breakfast." He Ji-chu understood and said lightly, "You guys are here for breakfast too? Ninji and I will go do something after we finish eating. You guys take your time. I'll tell them later and put it on my tab." Xie Qingying suppressed her anger and said, "No need. I can also put it on your tab here. Why don't I treat you guys to this meal?" Gun Ninji saw that the two of them were about to quarrel, so she quickly laughed and said, Okay. Young master, he will treat you guys to this meal. Cousin will treat us to this meal. Everyone will be happy. How about that?" She gave He Ji-chu a look, signaling him not to pull a long face. He Ji-chu rubbed his chin, and the expression on his face softened. He curled his lips. "All right." He looked back at Xie Qingying. "Is that okay?" Xie Qingying thought to herself, "You two have already made up your mind. How can I say no?" She looked at Gun Ninji seriously and said, "Cousin, if you want to stroll around the imperial capital, I can accompany you. Young master, he's been very busy recently and only sleeps for 3 to 4 hours a day. I'm an idle person and have nothing to do. If you don't mind, I can accompany you to eat and play." Gun Ninji also noticed Xie Qingying's slight resistance and was a little unhappy. She thought to herself that if she really came here to travel and had to listen to others, wouldn't she be asking for trouble? However, on second thought, Xie Qingying didn't know about her relationship with He Ji-chu, nor did she know what they were doing. It was normal for her to have such emotions. Gun Ninji put herself in his shoes. If she had seen Hua Xiaoheng being so intimate with another woman, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold it in and would have fought with Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, she wouldn't have fought outside, but she would definitely have fought at home. At this thought, Gun Ninji looked at He Ji-chu with a strange expression, then at Xie Qingying. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't imagine how the elegant Xie Qingying would fight with the cold and aloof He Ji-chu. She couldn't help but snicker. In Xie Qingying's eyes, it had a different meaning. She felt that her anger was on the verge of collapse. Gun Ninji could tell that there was a conflict between her and He Ji-chu. She must be very proud, right? She was still snickering. She really didn't know what to do. Xie Qingying opened her mouth, but her upbringing from a young age prevented her from doing anything rude in public. In the end, her eyes dimmed, and she said as if she was fleeing, "Young master, I have some matters to attend to recently, so I have to leave the imperial capital for some time." She wanted the two of them to calm down. He Ji-chu looked at Xie Qingying's restrained expression and felt a little apologetic. As he watched her leave in a hurry, he took out his phone and sent her a text message. "We're going to the prosecutor's office later to take care of business. Don't think too much." Xie Qingying returned to the private room where she and her best friend were staying. When she heard her phone ring, she took it out and saw that it was a text message from He Ji-chu explaining himself. This was something that had never happened before. The anger that had risen in her heart from the grievances she had suffered just now had actually disappeared in an instant. She touched her face and thought to herself, "Xie Qingying, you're really hopeless." Her best friend snorted when she saw her like this. "Useless. I'm going to eat and drink to my heart's content today. Only when my wallet bleeds will you remember this bloody lesson." Gun Ninji saw that the two of them had quarreled, so she stopped joking. She hurriedly finished her breakfast and left the Guanglu Temple restaurant with He Ji-chu to go to the Third Ring Road Procuratorate. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1863, Presumption of Guilt 5. Everyone, please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Remember to like the character every day. The link is in the author's speech at the end of the chapter. Readers of QQ Bookstore, please come and like the Chidian reading app. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. I don't have that kind of luck. Young master, he taught me all these things. Oh, that's the same. That's the same. Attorney General Lin rubbed his head and smiled. Young master, he is Professor Qin's only son. He Jichu sensed Gu Nianji's disappointment and smiled faintly as he patted the back of her hand. He asked Attorney General Lin, "What do you think? Can this case be established?" Prosecutor Lin leaned back in his black chair and said with a serious expression, "Whether a case can be defined as murder depends on whether the victim's death was self-inflicted or caused by someone else. If it was self-inflicted, it must have been suicide or an accident. If it was caused by someone else, it can be divided into intentional and impromptu. The death was caused by someone else on purpose. In other words, the other party still committed a crime when he knew that his actions would cause the death of another person. In other words, the murder was premeditated. This is murder. The conviction of a murder case requires witnesses, physical evidence, chain of evidence logic, and most importantly, the body of the deceased." Attorney General Lin looked at the computer with emotion. "Do you know how many cases can't be prosecuted for murder because the body of the deceased can't be found?" Gu Nianji nodded and continued. "It's written very clearly in my complaint that Qin Yaowang deliberately provoked Qin Suan when she knew that she had a heart disease, which led to her death. Moreover, I have evidence that Qin Yaowang, with the support of the Qin family, tortured Qin Suan for more than 10 years. To be precise, it wasn't until Qin Suan married General He Changjian that the Qin family's mental persecution of Qin Suan temporarily stopped." The corners of Attorney General Lin's mouth twitched slightly. He glanced at He Jichu and said tentatively, "This seems a little far-fetched. What do you think, young master?" He Jichu said without batting an eyelid. "The doctor's diagnosis was that my mother died suddenly in the study because of a congenital heart attack. And you and I both know that if patients with congenital heart disease take good care of themselves, they won't get sick. Once they get sick, they must have been provoked." Attorney General Lin turned on the computer and found the documents related to Qin Suan's case. He opened it and read the summary of the case. He said, "But it says that the last person she saw before she died was Gu Xiangwen. So even if she died for being provoked, she was provoked by Gu Xiangwen. This Gu Xiangwen is already wanted, and he died in a car accident. I don't understand. What does this have to do with Qin Yaowang?" Gu Nianji thought to herself. Of course, this relationship was a long story, but in order to file a case, she couldn't care less. Attorney General Lin, that's not the case. Gu Nianji took out a few clues she had found in Qin Suan's medical records. Look at this information. These are the drugs Qin Suan took a month before she died. These drugs look like they are commonly used drugs, but the problem is that Qin Yaowang was the one who prescribed them. She's a brain surgeon. Why would she prescribe drugs to a happy patient? Qin Suan's medical records were all copied by He Jichu for her. Attorney General Lin looked at the medical records and still felt that it was a little forced. He said, "I remember that the He family's healthcare doctors listened to Qin Yaowang at that time. Qin Yaowang was in charge of the He family's healthcare." He glanced at He Jichu. People like them who were more familiar with Qin Suan and the He family knew that Qin Yaowang had cured He Jichu's illness, so the He family trusted Qin Yaowang very much when it came to healthcare. Although Qin Yaowang's specialty wasn't medicine, as the director of a large hospital, it was normal for her to sign the daily medication. To outsiders, Gu Nianji's words were indeed a little unreasonable. However, it was understandable for Gu Nianji to come to this conclusion based on the information she had that wasn't known to outsiders. He Jichu understood both sides of the situation, so he understood Attorney General Lin's hesitation and Gun Yinji's reasoning. It wasn't very rigorous, but they only had 2 days to prepare, so if it wasn't rigorous, they could only make it up to her. He Jichu said calmly. Yes, we all listened to her at the time, so it's very likely that we were blinded by inertia. Sometimes, the most impossible person to do a case will indeed make everyone go through a lot of trouble. Okay, even if there's a problem with this signature, is there a problem with these drugs too? Attorney General Lin pointed at the names of the drugs recorded on the medical records and said, these have been tested by different doctors, and the person who took the drugs is also a member of the He family. Gun Yinji was waiting for him to ask about the drugs, so she immediately said, I've checked in the He family. After lawyer Qin Suin passed away, her things were originally well placed in her room, but as soon as Qin Yaowang married in, she took away lawyer Qin Suin's things and threw them away. I heard that Qin Yaowang threw those drugs into the trash heap. Let me ask you, if there was no problem, why would she throw away those drugs? Wasn't she destroying the evidence of her crime? Actually, Gun Yinji had taken advantage of this loophole. Because if those drugs were still there, this wouldn't be a doubt, because there was actually no problem with these drugs. When Qin Suin had just passed away, these drugs had all been tested. They were only returned when there was no problem. But now, because these drugs were gone and thrown away, they could be suspected that there was a problem with them. Although it couldn't be confirmed, the suspicion was established. Qin Yaowang had thrown away these drugs back then, most likely because they had already expired and were useless, so it didn't matter if she threw them away. Of course, it was also very likely that she didn't want to see things that Qin Suin had used. Therefore, she couldn't blame anyone but herself. Why would she throw away other people's things for no reason? Moreover, Qin Suin's room had been locked up by He Changjian, so Qin Yaowang hadn't been able to move in the end. Attorney General Lin was also puzzled. But we tested these drugs back then, and there was no problem with them. Tests can also be wrong. Gun Yinji smiled. Attorney General Lin, can you guarantee that the drug test back then was completely correct and that there were no mistakes or errors? Of course, no one could guarantee this. Not to mention that there were bound to be errors in the test. Even if it was fraud, it wasn't unheard of. Gun Yinji was able to raise this question because so many years had passed. Either everyone didn't remember what had happened back then, or the procedures weren't strict. If they wanted to overturn the case, they could always overturn it. Moreover, this was a case that had yet to be closed. Gun Yinji saw that Attorney General Lin was starting to soften, so she immediately asked. Qin Yaowang had deep feelings for General He. She was only willing to be with him in this life. Moreover, when Qin Yaowang was engaged to General He didn't even know Qin Suin. In addition, after Qin Suin's death, Qin Yaowang's wish of more than 20 years was fulfilled, and she married General He. In my opinion, that's the motive. Also, Qin Yaowang has been in charge of the He family's health insurance for a long time. In summary, Qin Yaowang has the motive, the means, and the ability to carry out Qin Suin's murder. Gun Yinji stood up and bowed respectfully to Attorney General Lin. Attorney General Lin, whether or not you can clear Professor Qin's name depends on your decision. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1864, Presumption of Guilt 5. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. There will be a second update at 8 p.m. P.S. Remember to like the character every day. The link is in the author's speech at the end of the chapter. Readers of QQ Bookstore, please come and like the Chidian reading app. Mwah all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1876. Attorney General Lin was also a veteran of handling cases for many years. He could tell at a glance that the arguments in Gun Yinji's complaint file were not solid. If they wanted to take it seriously, it wouldn't meet the standard of a murder case. However, he also knew that this case had happened a long time ago. Most of the people involved were people of high status. Many things could not be treated the same as ordinary cases. His fingers subconsciously rubbed the file. After thinking for a long time, he slowly asked, "Are you sure that Dr. Qin Yaowang murdered Professor Qin Suin?" Gun Yinji understood the meaning behind Inspector Lin's words and said tactfully, "For now, That is exactly the case. But we all know that things may change after the trial. No one can guarantee this. The only thing I can guarantee is that Madame Chinsuan was murdered. Prosecutor Lin nodded thoughtfully. I'll tell you the truth. If you want to sue Qin Yaowang for murder, the weight of this complaint is indeed not enough. If they find a better lawyer, a lot of your evidence will be refuted. You have to be mentally prepared. Gun Yinji also knew that her preparations weren't perfect. Even she could pick out a few of them and directly refute them. However, the situation was urgent. She was now racing against time. She did not have more time to complete the complaint file. Gun Yinji would only have more time to prepare for the trial after the procuratorate had filed the case. The court had accepted the procurator's complaint, and the court had set a date for the trial. Moreover, Gun Yinji smiled. The opposing lawyer probably had no idea what her goal was. They could only refute the evidence she presented. Whether it would be effective or not, they would have to wait and see. Seeing that Gun Yinji had made up her mind, Attorney General Lin looked at He Jichu inquiringly. Young Master He, what do you think? In my opinion, we can accept and file this case. But if we really go to court, we won't have much chance of winning. It wasn't that it wouldn't be big, but it would be very small. Gun Yinji was fully aware of this, so she immediately said, Attorney General Lin, I won't cause you any trouble. I can be your trial lawyer, completely free of charge. This was because murder cases could only be prosecuted by the prosecutor's office. However, the prosecutor's office could hire an outside lawyer to help them defend in court. There was no problem then. Prosecutor Lin told him the truth. Due to the urgency of your case, I'm afraid we don't have someone here who can familiarize themselves with the case and your file in 2 or 3 days. In this case, he would be in a very passive position during the court debate. You don't want the evidence you've painstakingly collected to be refuted by the defense lawyer, do you? Of course not. That's why I want to be your external defense lawyer and personally face the other party's questioning. Gun Yinji said without hesitation, I hope Attorney General Lin will give me this opportunity. Prosecutor Lin looked at Gun Yinji and asked hesitantly, Forgive me for asking, but how old are you? Gun Yinji, I don't mean anything else. I just think you're quite young and don't have much experience in court. Gun Yinji's court experience was all in the other world. On this side, she had only fought against Qin Yaowang when she had been kidnapped by her when she was young. Although that lawsuit was exciting, it wasn't as difficult as this one. Also, there was sufficient evidence, and Gun Yinji was the victim. Therefore, although she had won, the industry insiders didn't pay much attention to it. Moreover, she had only won one lawsuit. If Gun Yinji personally went to court and acted as the prosecutor's lawyer, then she wouldn't have to face the same powerful team of lawyers as in the previous lawsuit. Attorney General Lin didn't know if Gun Yinji was mentally prepared. Seeing this, He Jichu took the initiative to say, Don't worry, Attorney General Lin. I'll vouch for Yinji. If she loses the case, I won't blame Attorney General Lin. Attorney General Lin smiled. Winning or losing the case is actually not as important to us as it is to your client. I hope you're fully prepared. At this point, Gun Yinji knew that there was no problem filing the case. Next, she helped Attorney General Lin rewrite the materials, put them into the Procurator's official document system, and sent them to the court. Now that they could all send them electronically, it was much more convenient and faster than before. The court accepted the complaint filed by the Procuratorate and received a call from Attorney General Lin, as well as He Jichu's guarantee. Therefore, the next morning, the court notified the Procuratorate, Gun Yinji, and He Jichu that they had accepted the complaint and began to schedule a trial date. Gun Yinji wanted to catch the other party off guard and requested that the trial date be as soon as possible. He Jichu contacted the court system again and confirmed that the trial date was 3 days later. The court summons was sent to Old Master Qin of the Qin family. He looked at the letter sent by his subordinate and asked in surprise, What's going on? Old Master Qin, this is the court summons for the He family to accuse Ms. Qin Yaowang of murdering Qin Suan. Old Master Qin's subordinate didn't dare look up at him. The trial date is in 3 days. Nonsense, Old Master Qin roared. They dared to falsely accuse my daughter. When did my daughter harm Qin Suan? Her sudden death was obviously Gu Xiaowen's fault. What about General He? Does General He know? We're not sure about that. But I heard that General He is still recuperating after the surgery and hasn't woken up yet. No wonder. Old Master Qin snorted. Give me a team of lawyers and coordinate with the court to postpone the trial. Let's see what General He has to say when he wakes up. Okay. His subordinate nodded. How long do you want to postpone it? How long can it be postponed at most? A murder case involving human life can be postponed for up to 6 months, but this case has already been going on for a long time. The court won't agree to postpone it for that long. Usually it's a month. Old Master Qin's subordinate was in charge of legal affairs and knew these basic knowledge very well. Then postpone it for a month first. Old Master Qin snorted coldly. Then form a team of lawyers as soon as possible and follow me to the detention center to see Yao Guang. Qin Yaowang already had a kidnapping case on her. If there was another murder case, she wouldn't be able to come out alive. Old Master Qin's pupils constricted suddenly. Also, why did the other party suddenly want to accuse Qin Yaowang of murdering Qin Suan? There was no such possibility. Qin Suan's death could be said to have nothing to do with Qin Yaowang. Old Master Qin didn't have to worry, but when he thought of another matter, his face turned gloomy. He couldn't let the other party catch any flaws. Qin Yaowang had nothing to do with Qin Suan's death, but the other party's complaint was related to the He family. Old Master Qin didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. This is today's second update. Chapter 1865, Presumption of Guilt 7. Everyone, please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Remember to like the character every day. The link is in the author's speech at the end of the chapter. Readers of Buckle Bookstore, come and like the Chidian reading app. Mwah, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1877. 2 days later, the Qin family's legal team successfully postponed the trial for a month. Old Master Qin brought the chief lawyer of the legal team to visit Qin Yaowang in the detention center. In the detention center, Qin Yaowang could only read the newspapers and books designated by the detention center. She could also watch television at a fixed time, usually at 7 o'clock in the evening, and watch the news program on Huaxia Central TV for half an hour. She couldn't surf the internet or watch other channels, let alone watch TV dramas or movies. People who were imprisoned for crimes didn't deserve to enjoy the entertainment of ordinary people. Otherwise, what was the point of locking them up? Would they still be able to punish crimes and deter those who might commit them? But Qin Yaowang couldn't stand this the most. Seeing that Old Master Qin had arrived, Qin Yaowang complained, "Dad, when can I apply for bail? I heard that even if I'm convicted, I could be released on parole after serving a few years." The chief lawyer brought by Old Master Qin quickly said with a smile, "Madam Qin, parole is not impossible. But generally speaking, parole can only be granted after a person has made an important contribution in prison. Don't worry, we're coordinating with the relevant authorities, and the United States has also expressed great indignation about your situation." "Oh, the United States also knows about my situation?" Qin Yaowang pretended to be surprised, as if she knew nothing about the situation. "What did they say?" "They condemned the human rights situation in Huaxia, and especially pointed out your situation clearly. They said that Huaxia disregarded the basic human rights of the famous female scientist, Qin Yaowang, and that the judiciary was seriously corrupt. A high-ranking general abused his power for personal gain for the sake of a woman. He listened to the slander of a villain and brazenly sent you to prison without a formal trial. The United States Congress almost unanimously passed a bill condemning the human rights of the Huaxia Empire's government. They also declared that if you were not released unconditionally, they would start a trade war and impose high tariffs on all products exported from the Huaxia Empire to the United States. Qin Yaowang's eyes lit up. She thought to herself that Lorraine was really impressive. She could actually get the United States Congress to help. She asked, "How did the Huaxia Empire respond? Did they say when they would pick me up?" When Old Master Qin came to visit a while ago, he had vaguely mentioned Lorraine's conditions to her. He hinted that as long as Qin Yaowang handed over Gu Nianji's infant DNA sample, Lorraine would agree to get her out. Qin Yaowang agreed and told old Master Qin where she had hidden Gu Nianji's DNA sample as a baby. Qin Yaowang was very confident that as long as she gave the item away, Lorraine, the guy who wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit, would definitely treat it as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. He would do whatever it took to get her out. Now, the reaction of the United States was just as she had expected. Qin Yaowang raised her eyebrows and quickly glanced at Old Master Qin. Old Master Qin's eyes were gloomy. He tapped his fingers on the table and coughed. Yaowang, there's another case for you to appear in court. Another case? Qin Yaowang was truly shocked. What other case? I've already helped you once. She was talking about the case of He Ji's first use of a sound weapon. In the end, she took the blame for the case. However, anyone with a discerning eye would know that she was not the mastermind. At that time, she was locked up in the detention center and had no time or opportunity to plan such an operation. Old Master Qin glared at her and said angrily, "You still have the cheek to say that? If you hadn't gone overboard with Nianji, she wouldn't have held on to us. Do you know what she's going to do this time? It's her again." Qin Yaowang was flabbergasted. Does she really not take me seriously? I'm her biological mother. You still say she's her biological mother? She won't acknowledge you. Old Master Qin narrowed his eyes. She even restored your appearance. Qin Yaowang recalled the time in court when she felt like she had been skinned. She was filled with resentment and anger. She hated Gu Nianji to the core. The corners of her mouth twitched. She slammed the table and said, "She won't acknowledge it? If she has the guts, she'll do a paternity test in public. As long as she does a paternity test in public and proves that I'm not her biological mother, I'll submit to her." Qin Yaowang stiffened her neck and gritted her teeth. Even the court won't acknowledge it based on looks alone. Only a paternity test will be recognized by the court. She was certain that Gu Nianji wouldn't dare to publicly verify her DNA. They were well aware of the consequences of doing so. It was much more serious than proving that Qin Yaowang was not her biological mother. Qin Yaowang was also relying on this point to insist that Gu Nianji was her biological daughter. That was because she was indeed born to her. There was no doubt about that. There was still a scar on her stomach from a C-section. Would Gu Nianji dare to deny it? So what if her appearance was different? No one could guarantee that their child would look exactly like them. This was determined by DNA. If you have the guts to verify DNA, Old Master Qin breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. Don't be too agitated. It's also because you've always treated Nianji badly that she's resentful. Actually, how can a biological mother and daughter have an overnight feud? As long as you let go of your temper and treat her well, she'll naturally change her mind. Qin Yaowang's heart was filled with disgust, but the situation was beyond her control. Now wasn't the time for her to make the decision. She nodded reluctantly. "Okay, I'll remember. But there's another case you mentioned. What is it?" Old Master Qin asked the chief lawyer he had brought to tell Qin Yaowang. "It's like this. The He family is accusing you of murdering the He family's mistress, Qin Suan, more than a decade ago. According to the information we received, this complaint was written by Gu Nianji, and she will also be the prosecution's lawyer in court." Qin Yaowang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "What did you say? Gu Nianji is suing me for murdering Qin Suan. How shameless is she? She's going to sue her own mother for murder for a woman who has nothing to do with her." The chief lawyer awkwardly raised his glasses on the bridge of his nose and corrected her in a low voice. "It's not Gu Nianji who's suing you. It's the He family who's suing you. Gu Nianji has nothing to do with the He family, so she can't sue you for this case. However, she was the one who drafted the complaint, and I'll go against her in court in the future." Qin Yaowang felt like the anger in her heart was about to burst through the roof, and her face flushed red. I know she was the one behind this. Otherwise, the He family wouldn't have sued us earlier or later, but now? Do they think we're idiots? This can only be suspected. After all, it's impossible to say that it was Gu Nianji's idea. The chief lawyer coughed lightly to remind Qin Yaowang to be careful with her words. There were some things that could only be done, not said. For example, they all knew that Gun Yinji definitely had something to do with this case. But on the surface, Gun Yinji really had nothing to do with this case. If she had been engaged to He Zichu in the past, she could still reluctantly say that she was trying to seek justice for her deceased mother-in-law. Now that she had broken off her engagement with He Zichu, in everyone's eyes, Qin Suan had nothing to do with her. What good would it do her to do this? Was she really going to kill Qin Yaowang? Why can't I say it? Qin Yaowang glared at the chief lawyer. Even if it's not for the He family, she's doing it for her dead father. We've thought of that. The chief lawyer laughed. We'll also work in this direction. Qin Yaowang grunted and calmed down. That's right. She's definitely going to reverse the verdict for her dead father, so she's going to blame me. I can guarantee with all my academic reputation that Qin Suan's death has nothing to do with me at all. We're here today to confirm this question, the chief lawyer quickly said. The chief lawyer quickly said, do you still remember where you were and what you were doing on the day lawyer Qin Suan passed away more than a decade ago? Qin Yaowang immediately replied, of course I remember. I'll never forget what happened that day for the rest of my life. The chief lawyer, he thought for a moment and asked tentatively, can I ask why? Qin Yaowang tilted her head and smiled. Her lips curled up. No. Does this have anything to do with this case? Yes. Because if you go to court and you still remember what happened that day, the prosecution's lawyer will definitely ask you why. Can't I have a good memory? Qin Yaowang asked in return. I've been a straight-A student since I was young. I have a photographic memory. What's so strange about remembering what happened more than a decade ago? The chief lawyer was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and said, that's true. But the other party will definitely find another point in time and ask you about what happened at another point in time. Can you guarantee that you remember everything that happened every day in the past decade? Of course not. Qin Yaowang frowned. I'm not a computer. How can I remember everything that happened every day for more than a decade? I must remember the key points. Yes, that's the suspicious point. Why is the day Qin Suan died a key point for you? The chief lawyer's level was obviously much higher than the lawyers Qin Yaowang had seen before. His questions were very sharp, and all of them hit the nail on the head. Qin Yaowang narrowed her eyes and suddenly asked, where's Shui? I have another case. Why didn't she come? Old Master Qin coughed. Shui went to America. Mr. Lorraine invited her to the Lorraine Group to be a senior executive. Did you forget? Qin Yaowang said, I didn't forget, but even a senior executive in the Lorraine Group in America has vacation time, right? She can't even leave for a week. Can't she come back to help? Old Master Qin had no choice but to spread his hands. I can't do anything about that. She stopped contacting us after she went to America. Lorraine said that she was in their laboratory. At this point, Qin Yaowang was well aware, so she stopped asking about when Shui's whereabouts. She turned to the chief lawyer and said, I can answer the question you asked just now. The chief lawyer quickly turned on the recording pen. Qin Yaowang stroked her hair and sighed. I remember it very clearly because that day, the person I loved was devastated because the person he loved had passed away. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1866, Presumption of Guilt, 8. Please give me your monthly votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. Today is the third update. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the second update will be given to the president of hundreds of millions chasing you. There will be the third update at 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Congratulations to 2674282 for becoming the 31st president of Hello Major General. I owe a total of 8 rewards and present updates. It seems that I really have to set up a president group. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1878. The chief lawyer of the Qin family's legal team was silent for a while before he understood the meaning behind Qin Yaowang's words. She said that the person she loved must be General He Changjian. and the person he Chengjian loved was his wife, Qin Suan. Those who were familiar with the Qin family knew about the complicated love history between the three of them. Qin Yaoguang said bluntly, "When I came to the imperial capital to attend university at the age of 16, I fell in love with He Chengjian at first sight. I got engaged to him when I was 18. Unfortunately, we had just gotten engaged not long ago. He Chengjian mistook Qin Suan's back for me, so he got to know Qin Suan. Then, she shrugged. He Chengjian insisted on breaking off the engagement with me and getting engaged to Qin Suan. They got married very quickly and soon gave birth to He Jichu." Qin Yaoguang took a deep breath. Unfortunately, this child had a congenital genetic defect and wouldn't have lived past the age of 16. I saw that he was He Chengjian's only son. Without him, He Chengjian would be in so much pain that he wouldn't want to live, so I came up with a treatment method. Her eyes drooped, and the corners of her lips curled into a mocking smile. I had a daughter, Gunyinji. I used her genes to edit them and then injected them into He Jichu's genes to cure his genetic deficiency. The chief lawyer gasped and said, "If that's the case, why did they accuse you of murdering Qin Suan? You should be their savior." "That's a long story," Qin Yaoguang said tactfully. "My relationship with my daughter is very tense. She loves her father very much, but unfortunately, her father has a problem here." Qin Yaoguang pointed at her head. "He's very strong in scientific research, but he doesn't have any moral values. Everything is based on scientific research. He even used his daughter as an experiment." Yaoguang, Old Master Qin, stopped her sternly. "Gu Xiangwen has already passed away. Don't talk about these things anymore. It's not good for Nianji." Qin Yaoguang covered her mouth with her hand and looked at the chief lawyer apologetically. "I'm sorry. Can you remove what I just said? Is that what I said about her father using her as an experiment?" The chief lawyer was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He really used his own daughter as an experiment? We didn't expect Gu Xiangwen to be worse than we thought. So what if he's a two-time Nobel Prize winner? Using humans as lab rats for experiments without any morals should be banned. Qin Yaoguang's expression was unnatural for a moment, but she quickly adjusted it and said with a smile, "Although I don't agree with his actions, I can understand. After all, when you climb to the peak of biomedicine, you would be like a god who looked down on all the other mountains. For God, it transcends worldly morality. Unfortunately, he's not a god. No matter how smart and capable he is, he's still a human." The chief lawyer was very stubborn about this point. The experiments of scientists must be strictly restrained by the law. They cannot do whatever they want. Qin Yaoguang raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but say, "Using the law to restrain science? With all due respect, this will only hinder the development of science and even become a sinner of mankind." "Sinner? I'm saving scientists who don't know where the edge is." The lead lawyer was suddenly filled with sympathy for Gunyinji, but he couldn't figure it out. Since Gunyinji was used as an experiment by her father, she must hate him very much, right? Why is she trying to reverse her father's verdict? He glanced at Qin Yaoguang. "She's even pushing the blame on you?" In the eyes of the lead lawyer, Qin Yaoguang was her mother, and Gu Xiangwen was her father. Based on Gunyinji's experience, she should have distanced herself from Gu Xiangwen and gotten close to Qin Yaoguang. Why was Gunyinji acting the opposite? Qin Yaoguang smiled without changing her expression and said, "This is Gu Xiangwen's cunning. 8 years ago, he took Nianji away from me and sent her to an unknown place abroad to hide. Before he died, he probably said a lot of bad things about me and pushed a lot of the blame on me for what he did. That's why Nianji misunderstood me. But 8 years ago, Gunyinji was 12 years old, right? She already remembers and has the ability to distinguish right from wrong. She wouldn't push the blame on you for what others did, right?" The lead lawyer pondered. "Is there something else I don't know about?" Cold sweat broke out on Qin Yaoguang's back. She tried her best to calm down and said, "There is indeed something, but I don't know if it's important." "What is it?" 8 years later, Nianji came back, but I found out that she had lost her memory. She didn't remember anything from before she was 12 years old. Qin Yaoguang sighed pretentiously and shook her head. Gu Xiangwen's father, Gu Haoze, is a world-famous psychologist. He's very good at hypnosis. Gu Xiangwen learned a very exquisite hypnosis technique from his father. Qin Yaowang said word by word. Qin Yaowang enunciated each word clearly. I have reason to believe that Gu Xiangwen took Ninji from me 8 years ago and hypnotized her to forget her memories from before she was 12 years old. Then he twisted the truth and pushed what he did onto me. The lead lawyer suddenly understood. So that's how it is. That makes sense. However, he changed the topic. But Gu Xiangwen is already dead. Now there's no proof. We can't find out what Gu Xiangwen did to Gu Ninji 8 years ago and what he said. So what you said today can only be used as circumstantial evidence and not as factual evidence. Up to you. Qin Yaowang spread her hands. I'm just telling you all these things. As for how to use it, it's up to you. You're the lawyer that my father personally hired. You're not one of those fake Mr. Nangwa, are you? Although she was complimenting the lead lawyer, it was very unpleasant to say it out loud. The corners of the lead lawyer's mouth twitched. He smiled faintly and said, whether it's a fake Mr. Nangwa or not, it's not up to me to say it. It's up to my client to say it. After all, even if it's really Mr. Nangwa, he won't admit that he's a fake, right? Qin Yaowang suddenly felt awkward and said at a loss. Did I say something wrong again? Old Master Qin saw this and said with a laugh, it's fine, it's fine. Yaowang is a straightforward person. All these years, she only knows how to study and study medicine. She's not very good at social interaction. You don't mind, do you? Haha, of course not. The lead lawyer laughed dryly. You're my clients. Making my clients happy and satisfied is what I should do. Old Master Qin nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I knew I didn't invite the wrong person. After asking a few more questions, the lead lawyer took his leave and went to prepare the materials for the trial. Old Master Qin stayed and looked at Qin Yaowang for a while. He said, do you know why Lorraine kept Wen Shuyi? Didn't Wen Shuyi fail? He was saying that Wen Shuyi was a failed gene editing product. Qin Yaowang nodded. She did fail. I don't know why they're so interested in her. But Qin Yaowang paused and said, it's more beneficial for us that they're interested in her. Shuyi has more feelings for me. She must be very valued by Lorraine now. I hope she can help us speak up. I think she's already speaking up for you. Old Master Qin smiled and said meaningfully, otherwise, why would the United States make such a big fuss? Look, our country's cabinet and parliament have been meeting for the past few days to discuss how to deal with the United States' white paper on human rights and the issue of a trade war. From top to bottom, it's a mess. The corners of Qin Yaowang's lips curled up high, and she smiled mockingly. All right then, let them sue. I have a clear conscience towards Qin Suan. Although she stole my fiancé and stole my fiancé, I didn't do anything to her. Because I know very well that this isn't her problem, but a man's problem. Later, she died. When Lord he married me in the future, he was also sincere. I was the one who saw the moon when the clouds parted. Gu Ninji wanted to falsely accuse me, so I wanted her to go for wool and come home shorn. This is today's second watch. Chapter 1867, Presumption of Guilt 9. It's sent to the president of hundreds of millions of fans chasing you. Please give me your monthly votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. There will be a third watch at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1879. Old Master Qin didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he rubbed his temples and asked tentatively, actually, your mother and daughter, you don't have to be at loggerheads because of someone else's lies, right? How about I help you contact Ninji and see if you two can reconcile? Reconcile? Settle out of court? A murder case can be settled out of court? Qin Yaowang retorted in surprise. She didn't seem to know anything about the law. Old Master Qin chuckled and said, it's not an out-of-court settlement for the murder case, but a settlement between you and Ninji. You mean, as long as Gu Ninji forgives me, she won't insist on suing me for murder? Then can we withdraw the lawsuit? Qin Yaowang thought for a while and couldn't help but ask. Since it was a family matter, it was better to settle it at home. Old Master Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. The murder case was filed by the prosecutor's office. It's not up to the He family or Nianji to withdraw the case. Actually, there's something else that he didn't say. If murder cases could be dismissed just like that, it would be like child's play, and the credibility of the law would not exist. Qin Yaoguang frowned slightly, as if she wasn't very satisfied with this explanation. She muttered, "She did it so ruthlessly. Then what's the point of reconciling with her?" Old Master Qin glared at her and said, "You still have the face to say that? When Nianji first came back, I advise you not to be too ruthless. Nianji is just a little girl. If you don't treat her like a person, she won't treat you like her real mother. Feelings are born from relationships. She doesn't have to be filial to you just because you gave birth to her. But look at yourself, what have you done? I had a bunch of good cards in my hand, but now I've lost them all." Qin Yaoguang's expression turned cold as she said, "If we don't reconcile, then we won't reconcile." Did she think that she could bully others just because she was from the He family? The U.S. Congress won't let this slide, will they? I'll make a phone call and ask the chief lawyer. As Old Master Qin spoke, he took out his phone and pressed the speakerphone button. He said to the lead lawyer on the other side, "What did the Americans say about this case? Would it put more pressure on this side? After all, our Yaoguang was framed." Of course. The chief lawyer on the other side of the phone hurriedly said with a smile, "This trial will be monitored by international human rights organizations, and it will be conducted publicly to the whole world." Grandpa Qin's pupils constricted imperceptibly. An open trial in front of the whole world. Qin Yaoguang was also in disbelief, but she was even happier. No way. Does she want to lose face in front of the whole world? Do you know that she helped an outsider sue her own mother? She did not do anything to Qin Suan. Qin Suan either died prematurely or was killed by Gu Xiangwen. What did it have to do with her? She didn't believe that Gu Nianji could distort the truth in front of the whole world. In order to clear her name, Gu Nianji could only do a paternity test in front of the whole world to verify her DNA. That would be even more fun to watch. A strange smile appeared on Qin Yaoguang's face. She liked to see Gu Nianji hate her so much, but she couldn't help but admit that she was her biological mother. The chief lawyer saw that Qin Yaoguang was extremely certain that the murder had nothing to do with her, and that Gu Nianji was purely venting her anger and using her official position to take revenge. Only then did he feel relieved. He held the phone and repeatedly reminded her, "Ms. Qin, remember, you must tell me everything related, no matter how big or small, so that we can be fully prepared. Otherwise, if we go to court and are questioned by the other party, we won't be able to explain ourselves reasonably. We'll be in a very passive position. Don't worry about that. I won't deny what I've done, but don't even think about pinning the blame on me for something I haven't done." Qin Yaoguang said resolutely, not backing down at all. The chief lawyer breathed a sigh of relief and asked a few more questions before putting down the phone. He ordered his driver to drive back to the law firm quickly. He had to organize the materials he had gathered. A month later, the trial was about to begin. Gu Nianji finished preparing for the last trial and stretched in her study. She planned to have a good rest today and rest well before going to court tomorrow. She looked at the white sky outside the window and rubbed her face. She wanted to take a bath and then go to sleep. For the past month, she had worked until dawn almost every day, then slept for 3 hours in the morning before continuing to work. She had lost so much weight. Her face was even smaller, and her chin was sharp. She almost had an oval face, which made her bright eyes look even bigger. They were like lacquer, and there was a hint of light in the darkness. When she looked at people, she was unusually focused, giving people the illusion that she was the only one. Lu Yuan knocked on the door of her study, pushed the door open, and said, "Breakfast is ready. Hurry up and eat before going to bed." These days, he and Lu Jin also felt sorry for Gu Nianji, but they couldn't convince her. They could only try their best to make some nutritious food and force her to eat it to nourish her body. Gu Nianji stood up with a smile and said cheerfully, "CEO Lu, what delicious food are you cooking today?" She gave him a thumbs up. "I'm really impressed. The delicious food is different in a month. With your skills and thoughts, you really should open a restaurant. You'll definitely be famous all over the world and make a lot of money. Little bootlicker. Lu Yuan smiled and pointed at her. Don't argue with me. Hurry up and go eat. Today there's fried dumplings with crab filling, purple potato porridge, and milk, oatmeal, and dragon fruit soup. They're all your favorites. Gun Yinji cheered and ran to the restaurant. Just as she reached the entrance of the restaurant, she suddenly stopped and stared at a figure sitting in the restaurant with wide eyes. He was sitting with his back to the window. The morning light shone from behind him, and his flawless silhouette was the best dream of the morning. Gun Yinji rubbed her eyes. She thought she was so tired that she was hallucinating. However, he looked up at her from the halo and smiled at her quietly. That indescribable handsomeness pierced Gun Yinji's heart like an arrow, releasing the longing and desire that had been locked up in the depths of her heart for the past few days. Gun Yinji felt as if her entire body had been emptied, but it was instantly filled up again. Her heart contracted violently. She felt the pain in her chest, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was as if she wanted to use this pain to prove that this wasn't a dream and was real. Gun Yinji shouted, "Major General Hua, you're back." She pounced on him without hesitation. Hua Xiaoheng only had time to stand up and hug her. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. "Yes, I'm back. I missed you very much." Hua Xiaoheng, who had been away for a month, had finally returned from the Soviet Union. She rubbed her head in his arms and mumbled, "I missed you too. Why did you come back so late?" The last word was soft and hoarse. It was as if there was a lingering sound that could linger for 3 days and be soul-stirring. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her even tighter and patted her back. "Eat first, then go to sleep. Seeing that you've lost so much weight, it won't be too late to act coquettishly after you've eaten and slept enough. It's good that you've lost weight," Gun Yinji said with a smile. "How am I acting coquettishly? I'm revealing my true feelings, and I'm about to cry tears of joy. Then you have to stay away from me. Don't rub your tears on me. I just changed my clothes." Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "Come and eat. I made the fried dumplings. I brought back king crab meat from the Soviet Union." This is today's third update. Chapter 1868, How Did I Act Coquettishly? Please give me your monthly votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. P.S. I was writing in the morning when the internet was disconnected again. I don't know what went wrong, so I had to use my phone to post on the internet. The phone signal wasn't good either. It looked like I really had to switch to a mobile network. That's all I wrote for today. I'll try to update more tomorrow. Mwah. Everyone, my little angels. Chapter 1880. King Crab from the Deep Sea of the Soviet Union. Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. Then I have to try it. Furthermore, it was king crab meat that had been peeled and made into dumpling fillings. It was simply Gun Yinji's favorite. She liked to eat crabs, but she didn't like to remove the shell. Sitting next to Hua Xiaoheng, she happily ate breakfast. The fried dumplings were very small, so Gun Yinji finished half the plate in an instant. She ate another half a bowl of purple potato porridge and scooped up a few spoonfuls of milk, oatmeal, and dragon fruit soup. It was moist and smooth, and the texture was very comfortable. Half of the food on the table was gone, and Gun Yinji was about to rest for a while when her phone rang. Gun Yinji picked it up and looked at it. It was an unknown number. She lowered her eyes and thought for a while, but still picked up the call. She didn't speak, and neither did the person on the other side. Just when Gun Yinji thought someone had called the wrong number, the person on the other end finally said, "Excuse me, is this lawyer Gun Yinji's number?" "Gun Yinji, that's me. May I know who you are? What's the matter?" Gun Yinji changed to a more comfortable position and leaned back on the chair. "Oh, that's great. I'm the secretary of your grandfather, Mr. Qin. Old Mr. Qin wants to see you. May I know when you will be free?" The person on the other side was very polite, but the words he asked were really indescribable. Gun Yinji smiled faintly. "I'll be very busy these days. I'll probably only be free after the case is over." The other party obviously hadn't expected such an answer from Gun Yinji. After a moment of awkwardness, he mumbled, "I wonder if you're free today?" If he's free, our chairman can come to your home to see you. They knew that Gu Nianji would never go to the Qin residence, and they didn't want to go to other public places either. Therefore, they proposed to go to Gu Nianji's house and hand the home court to her. She should agree, right? Gu Nianji still refused. I don't think that's a good idea. I think you know that I'm fighting a lawsuit against your chairman's biological daughter, Qin Yaoguang. Moreover, I'm going to be the prosecution's lawyer tomorrow and face your Qin family's legal team in court. If I meet you today and something happens tomorrow, I won't be able to appear in court. That will be a huge loss for me. The other side of the phone was actually in a recording state. Gu Nianji's answers were flawless, and they couldn't find any loopholes. Old Master Qin sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of the sofa. In the study, soft music flowed out. It was Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 5 in E minor. Old Master Qin had a headset in one ear, so he could hear Gu Nianji talking to his secretary. The secretary held the phone and looked at Old Master Qin for help. Old Master Qin didn't open his eyes. He just opened his palm in the secretary's direction. The secretary understood what he meant. She hurriedly held the phone with both hands and placed it in Old Master Qin's palm. Old Master Qin took the phone and took out the earphones from one ear. He held the phone with the other hand and chuckled. He said kindly, "Nianji, it's me. Why are you so angry? Your mother does have a bad temper, and she was very strict with you when you were young. I've already told her. She deserves to go to jail." Gu Nianji, feeling a little annoyed, Gu Nianji switched to holding the phone with her other hand and said aloofly, "Your daughter's problem isn't a problem with her temper, but a problem with her crime. She won't go to jail just because she has a bad temper." Old Master Qin laughed. "Nianji, you're really the smartest one in the Qin family. It's a pity that your mother personally pushed you out." Gu Nianji also laughed. "Old Master Qin, my surname is Gu, not Qin. She wasn't a member of the Qin family." Old Master Qin's eyes flashed, and he finally got to the point. "Nianji, I'm very sorry about your father. I also think that Qin Suan's death might have nothing to do with him, but he absconded to escape punishment and died in a car accident. This matter has become a mess." Gu Nianji's smile disappeared, and she said aloofly, "Please forgive me for not being able to discuss matters related to the case with you. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up first." She didn't wait for Old Master Qin to speak and hung up the phone. She also blocked the number. Hua Xiaoheng sat silently next to her. After she hung up the phone, he said, "Was it Qin Bei Oi?" Gu Nianji nodded. "This old man still wants to fool me. He keeps saying that Qin Yaoguang is my mother. Doesn't he know if Qin Yaoguang is my mother or not? He's so sure that you won't dare to do a paternity test in public." Hua Xiaoheng played with a round golden coin in his hand. Under the bright morning light, his solemn face had a kind of beauty that was different from the secular world. "Because you don't dare let other agencies get your DNA data." Gu Nianji sneered. "Even if I don't do a paternity test, I can still skin Qin Yaoguang." Not long after Old Master Qin hung up, Gu Nianji's phone rang again. She was a little impatient and wanted to turn off her phone, but from the corner of her eye, she glanced at the number that appeared on her phone. It was actually the He family's number. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help swiping to answer the call. The voice on the other end was one she was familiar with. It was one of He Chengjian's personal secretaries, Old Zhou. "Miss Gu? I'm Old Zhou. Is it convenient for you to answer the phone?" Old Zhou asked with a smile. When Gu Nianji was in the He family, Old Zhou had been especially good to her. Although she avoided He Chengjian, she still had some feelings for Old Zhou. "Old Zhou, it's convenient for me." "You're up to work so early?" Gu Nianji's voice relaxed. Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan, and Lu Jin looked at each other but didn't say anything. Gu Nianji was the only one speaking in the dining room. She heard Old Zhou say, "Nianji, it's like this. Our chief just got out of the hospital today. He wants to see you." The chief that Old Zhou was talking about was definitely He Changjian, not He Jichu. Gu Nianji hesitated for a moment and said, "Does young master he know about this?" Old Zhou glanced at the tall figure, standing opposite him with his arms crossed, and looking out the window. He smiled and said, "Young master he knows. He's standing right across from me." Old Joe paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Actually, I asked young master he first if I could call you. Young master he said that as long as you agree, he won't object." Gunyinji's heart warmed slightly. She remembered that this case was related to Qin Suan, so it would be strange if he Changjian didn't ask about it. She was about to say yes when old Joe said anxiously, "If you don't want to come over, the chief said that he can go over to see you." "No, no, no. Let me come over. How can I trouble the chief?" Gunyinji quickly objected. Sweat seeped out of her forehead. Compared to old Master Qin, she didn't dare to let he Changjian come to her house. Seeing that she had agreed, old Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, then I'll ask young master he to pick you up." Okay. Gunyinji quickly stood up. "I just finished breakfast. I'll go pack up and then I can leave." "Okay, young master he will be here soon," old Zhou said and made an okay gesture to Hijichu. Hijichu was a little surprised. She agreed? Yes, she agreed. Miss Gu is actually very easy to talk to. "I don't understand why you always think she's unreasonable," old Joe said with a smile. Hijichu's expression remained the same. He smiled slightly, and his sparkling almond-shaped eyes sparkled. "She's been very obedient since she was young." Old Joe picked up his briefcase. "I'll go to the chief's room and report my work first. When Miss Gu comes later, young master you can bring her directly to the suite where the chief is recuperating." Hijichu nodded. "Old Joe, you've worked hard." "It's not hard at all," old Joe said, but he yawned. Hijichu pretended not to see it and went out with his car keys. It was still very early, not even 7 o'clock. There weren't many cars on the streets of the imperial capital. Hijichu only took 10 minutes to drive to the apartment complex where Gunyinji lived. He waited quietly by the street. 15 minutes later, Gunyinji walked out of the apartment complex with a small bag. She looked up and saw Hijichu's car. She ran over with a smile and bent down. "Young master you're up so early too?" Hijichu glanced at Gunyinji and saw that she seemed to have put on makeup. She had a light layer of foundation on her face to cover up the dark circles under her eyes. Hijichu paused. "How many nights have you stayed up?" Gunyinji, grinning, he touched his face. "Is it that obvious? Didn't you look in a mirror?" Hijichu pulled down the mirror in the car and looked at her. "Look for yourself." Gunyinji had indeed not looked in the mirror for a few days. However, she took a closer look at herself today and touched her face happily. "I've lost weight. I'll look good on camera." Hijichu, he was angry and amused at the same time. He flicked his finger on Gunyinji's forehead. "What are you talking about? You only want to look good on camera?" "Of course." Gunyinji deliberately said angrily, "Don't you know? Add some pounds. The camera makes you look like you've put on 10 pounds. Hijichu looked at her deeply and said in a low voice, "I know you don't want us to worry." Gunyinji brushed her hair awkwardly and fastened her seatbelt. She said playfully, "Actually, I just want you to worry, but I don't want you to say it out loud, so I can only hold it in." "Ha ha! Am I very bad?" Hijichu laughed it off, stepped on the gas pedal, and drove away. He took Gunyinji back to the He residence. As soon as they got out of the car, his phone rang. He took it out to look and saw that it was Xie Qingying, so he didn't pick it up. Gunyinji asked curiously, "Who's calling? It's so early." Hijichu didn't hide it from her. "It's your cousin Xie." Gunyinji replied with an "oh," and didn't ask further. The two of them came out of the garage and walked along the cobblestone path to the mansion. Xie Qingying carried her suitcase and stood at the entrance of the He residence. She watched Hijichu and Gunyinji walk over from the parking lot. She had gone abroad a month ago to calm herself down. When she finally came back after thinking it through, the first thing she saw was Gunyinji and Hijichu together. Xie Qingying was trembling with anger when Hijichu didn't pick up her call just now. Hijichu happened to look up and see Xie Qingying standing beside the carved iron door with her suitcase beside her. Hijichu stopped in his tracks, and Gunyinji followed his gaze. "It's cousin Xie." Gunyinji smiled and waved at her, then said, "Young master you go accompany cousin Xie. I'll go see General He alone." She didn't allow He Jichu to refuse and quickly walked to the steps of the mansion. He Jichu sighed and walked towards the door. He opened the iron door and said aloofly, "You're back?" Xie Qingying was furious when she saw He Jichu's casual tone, as if nothing had happened. "He Jichu, aren't you going to explain what happened just now?" Xie Qingying never knew that she could be angry at the Prince Charming that she missed so much, but she couldn't help it. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1869, Flipping Off at the Prince Charming. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was the third update today. The second update was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the second update of 100,000 cheating coins to hundreds of millions chasing you. The third update would be at 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1881. He Jichu was expressionless as he replied dryly, "What do you want me to explain? Don't I have the right to interact with other women normally?" As expected of a famous lawyer, He Jichu's words almost made Xie Qingying cry. She tried her best to hold back her tears and pointed in the direction where Gu Nianji had disappeared. She growled, "Is Gu Nianji an ordinary woman? She used to be your fiancée. You said it yourself. She used to be my fiancée." He Jichu rubbed his forehead. "The past is the past. It's all in the past. Why do you have to be so hostile the moment you see me with her? What do you mean? At the end of the day, it's still my fault?" Xie Qingying was speechless. She didn't know how He Jichu had gotten himself into this mess. She looked up at He Jichu's cold face and felt very uncomfortable. "It's good that you realize your mistake." He Jichu turned to walk into the house, his voice cold. "If you do this again, it will only remind me that Gu Nianji used to be my fiancé and deepen my memory." Xie Qingying stood there, dumbfounded. She realized that she was no match for He Jichu at all. He didn't even need to argue with her. With just a few words, she had thrown away her armor and even felt a strong sense of guilt. She really shouldn't feel jealous and uneasy every time she saw He Jichu and Gu Nianji together. However, even though she understood the logic, it was too difficult to put it into practice. She stood in front of the iron gate at the entrance of He family's courtyard, tears streaming down her face. The grievance in his heart was like a flash flood that could not be suppressed. He Jichu walked for a while and turned around to see Xie Qingying. He realized that she was actually crying. She stood under the camphor tree in front of the door, crying her heart out. He Jichu was a little dazed. He seemed to recall that once in the other world, Gu Nianji had gotten into a fight with someone. He was angry at Gu Nianji, but Gu Nianji refused to compromise. She fought him head-on and ran away from his house with a red and swollen face. That lass had always had such a bad temper, and she had a sharp tongue. She had never lost to him in a verbal argument. Xie Qingying had never cried in front of He Jichu. This was the first time, and for the last time, she thought. If He Jichu continued to ignore her, she would come back to him in a few days. However, before she could pick up her suitcase, He Jichu had already returned. He took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it over. Xie Qingying took it and wiped her tears, feeling extremely embarrassed. He Jichu helped her carry her suitcase and held her hand with one hand. He said dryly, "I see Nianji as a younger sister. You will be her sister-in-law in the future. Don't be so calculative. You're not that kind of person." When Xie Qingying heard this, she was overjoyed. Just now, she was so angry that she almost said the word break up. But in the blink of an eye, He Jichu had already promised her that she could be Gu Nianji's sister-in-law. Was this a proposal? Xie Qingying's brain seemed to be covered in a layer of paste, and she couldn't think at all. Gu Nianji had already been brought to the suite by He Chungjin's personal secretary, Old Zhou. Thankfully, He Chungjin wasn't lying on the bed. Instead, he was sitting on the sofa in the living room of the suite. Gu Nianji glanced at him and saw that he looked good. She couldn't help but praise him. "General He, you're recovering well, aren't you? I told you, there are plenty of good doctors. There's no need to always beg the Qin family. Without Qin Yaowang, Would everyone just have to wait for death when they get sick? How shameless. The corners of He Chengjian's mouth twitched. Only then did he realize that Gun Yinji's personality was completely different from Qin Yaowang's. Yinji, I heard you recommended that doctor. He Chengjian reached out his hand to her. Come sit. Uncle He owes you a favor. Gun Yinji blinked. Why was He Chengjian's attitude so good? It was terrifying. She slowly moved over and carefully sat down opposite He Chengjian. General He, are you all right? In her memory, He Chengjian had never been so kind to her before. He Chengjian's health had improved, and his mood and temper had also improved. In addition, He Jichu and Xie Qingying were progressing smoothly. He had even heard He Jichu talking to old Zhou about the engagement yesterday, so he was even happier. He no longer had his previous prejudices against Gun Yinji. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He couldn't help saying, Yinji, Achu treats you like a sister, and I also treat you like a junior. Don't be shy. Gun Yinji smiled and waved her hand. Don't be so polite. You're scaring me. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? No. He Chengjian smiled. Of course not. I was in the wrong for what happened in the past. I apologize to you. Gun Yinji sat up straighter. General He, you're being too polite. It's all in the past. Now, we need. Her heart was pounding, but she still said it. We need to work together now to uncover the truth about Qin Suin's sudden death. He Chengjian's eyes dimmed in an instant. His energy seemed to have been taken away by the name. He stood up with the help of the chair and walked to the fireplace opposite him. He picked up the family photo from the fireplace shelf and looked at it carefully. You think that my wife's death had nothing to do with your father, but it had something to do with your mother? Gun Yinji felt very uncomfortable when she heard the word mother. She quickly said, it has something to do with your ex-wife. Ex-wife, not my mother. He Chengjian's expression darkened. He turned to look at Gun Yinji and snorted. That's just a title. I'm with her in name, not in reality. Gun Yinji had always thought that she was quite thick-skinned, but she couldn't help blushing at this moment. Well, the marriage relationship is governed by the marriage law. You married her, so regardless of whether it's a name or not, she's your ex-wife in the legal sense. He Chengjian saw that Gun Yinji was quoting the legal provisions at every turn and shook his head. You don't understand. Gun Yinji thought to herself, I don't want to understand. He Chengjian put down the family photo, turned around, and walked back to the sofa to sit down. He said, I've seen your complaint and consulted people in the legal profession. They all said that your argument is rather far-fetched, and the chain of evidence is not complete enough. You don't have a good chance of winning. Why did you file this lawsuit? Gun Yinji didn't answer the question directly. Instead, she said, General He, do you want to know the truth about your wife's sudden death? Of course I do. He Chengjian said without hesitation. I've kept my wife's body in liquid nitrogen for so many years just to wait for the day the truth comes out. Gun Yinji had already known this fact from Yijichu, but her eyes still widened in surprise. Really? Then can we see what Qin Suin looks like? In theory, liquid nitrogen freezing the human body was to lower the human body to an extremely low temperature of minus 196 degrees Celsius, thereby ensuring that the organs and tissues of the human body would not be invaded by microbes and rot to the greatest extent. There is already liquid nitrogen freezing technology on the market now. They all hoped that one day in the future, when those fatal diseases could be cured, they could be resurrected. Gun Yinji couldn't help but wonder if Qin Suin could also be resurrected. However, so far, no human body frozen by liquid nitrogen had been resurrected. Even animals frozen by liquid nitrogen couldn't be resurrected. Therefore, the concept of resurrection was still in the theoretical stage. However, liquid nitrogen could indeed preserve the human body from decay. He Chengjian laughed, and his voice was very gentle. We can go and take a look. Suin probably won't be angry. We can let her see that the little girl she had personally raised has returned. Gun Yinji followed He Chengjian out and saw He Jichu waiting at the door. Dad, where are you going? He Jichu looked at Gun Yinji suspiciously. Gun Yinji tried her best to remain calm, but there was a hint of joy and yearning in her tone. General, he is taking me to see lawyer Qin Suan. Hijichu quickly said, I'll go too. Hijichu hadn't seen Qin Suan ever since she had been frozen by liquid nitrogen. He Chengjian nodded. Let's go together. Hijichu followed He Chengjian and Gun Yinji downstairs. On the first floor, he saw Xie Qingying directing the servants to decorate the flowers and plants in the living room. Hijichu said to her, We're going out for a while. Ask the kitchen to prepare lunch. We'll come back for lunch. Xie Qingying nodded and said gently, Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. She even smiled at Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji returned her smile and didn't say anything. She followed He Chengjian into the car. They went to the underground medical warehouse where Qin Suan had been frozen. The central air conditioning here controlled the temperature, which was 15 degrees Celsius all year round. Gun Yinji felt cold the moment she entered. The three of them put on white protective clothing, so they weren't so cold. When they arrived at Qin Suan's room, Gun Yinji saw a cylindrical, stainless steel object in the middle of the room. He Chengjian stroked the cylinder and said, Suan is inside. Gun Yinji was speechless. This was a sealed stainless steel cylinder. How was she supposed to look at it? Hijichu didn't know how to look at it either. He Chengjian called the manager of the underground medical warehouse over and said, Can you see the human body in the liquid nitrogen freezer column? The man nodded. You can connect it to the computer and observe the situation inside. Can you show it to us? The man quickly said, You have to sign the authorization first. He Chengjian had never signed it, so the people here couldn't casually peek inside the liquid nitrogen freezer column. He Chengjian nodded. Bring it here for me to sign. He felt that the truth of the past was about to be revealed, so he was no longer afraid of others mentioning Qin Suan. Moreover, he hoped to give Gun Yinji more clues so that she could uncover the truth of the past more smoothly. After the manager finished the procedures, he connected the liquid nitrogen freezer column that belonged to Qin Suan to the computer. After entering the password, it was connected to the surveillance cameras inside the freezer column. Not long after, a fog appeared on the computer screen. It was blurry, and only a faint figure could be seen. When the manager processed the image and adjusted it to be clear, the figure appeared more clearly in front of them. Gun Yinji let out a low cry and covered her mouth, because what appeared on the screen was a set of white bones. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1870. I'll take you to see her. The second update of 100,000 Chidian coins to millions of chasing you Liu. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There was a third update at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1882. He Chengjian's heart seemed to have fallen into a liquid nitrogen freezer, and it dropped from room temperature to absolute zero. His face was ashen as he pointed at the display screen and shouted, What's going on? Where's she? Didn't you say that the body wouldn't be damaged if it was frozen? The manager of the underground medical warehouse was also dumbfounded. His hands and feet were no longer nimble. His fingers trembled as he typed on the keyboard for a long time. Finally, he said with a sad face, We don't know what's going on either, but we have records that after your wife's body was placed in this liquid nitrogen freezer, no one has ever opened it. He was only in charge of managing the medical warehouse, not the medical staff responsible for freezing the body, so he couldn't say much. He Chengjian looked at him coldly and took a deep breath. Immediately convene a meeting with the medical staff who did the freezing. DNA test. I want to see who's behind this. Hijichu was also filled with indignation. A bloodthirsty gloominess flashed across his cold face. Gun Yinji quietly retreated so that she wouldn't disturb the father and son's search for the reason. She walked out of the cold storage and came to the open space outside. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning. The hot sun had risen high in the sky, and the temperature had begun to rise rapidly. When Gun Yinji had first come out of the cold storage, she had still felt warm, but now a layer of fine sweat had appeared on her forehead. It was hot, but also like she was shivering. The sparkling white bones kept flashing through her mind. She didn't feel fear, only regret and sorrow. She was destined not to see her mother one last time. Outside the cold storage was a square, surrounded by a circle of sycamore trees. The summer was scorching, and the green leaves of the sycamore trees covered the sky, giving the open space in front of the cold storage a layer of shade. Near the cold storage was a residential area. Everyone woke up in the morning and exercised in the square in twos and threes. Some walked their dogs, and some hurried home with breakfast. Everyone's faces were filled with a strong sense of happiness and contentment that belonged to the world. Gunyinji's tears welled up, but she didn't cry. She calmly took out her phone and called Lu Jin. "Dad, Nyinji, what's wrong? Are you okay? Hua Xiao is by your side. Don't be afraid." When Lu Jin heard Gunyinji's voice, he could clearly sense that something was wrong with her. His first reaction was that she was in danger, so he quickly betrayed Hua Xiaoing. Standing not far from Gunyinji, Hua Xiaoing sighed. He could hear Lu Jin's voice through the Bluetooth headset in his ear. This was because his Bluetooth headset had been modified by Lu Jin and was connected to Lu Jin's surveillance and communication equipment. Gunyinji scanned the square and quickly locked onto a man wearing sunglasses who was walking his dog. This was because this person was very tall and muscular. Compared to the group of old people and fat people in the square, he stood out like a crane among chickens. What's more, he was walking a small corgi. He didn't know where he rented it from. Gunyinji smirked. Although they looked completely different, Gunyinji still recognized Hua Xiaoheng from Lu Jin's hint. However, she didn't walk over to greet him. Instead, she turned around and turned her back to Hua Xiaoheng. She said to Lu Jin, "Dad, I just want to see Qin Suan's body." She was frozen in liquid nitrogen. When Lu Jin heard Qin Suan's name, he fell silent for a moment before saying, "Is she okay?" Gunyinji, "No, she's not okay." Gunyinji sighed. Her body wasn't preserved well. It's already a skeleton. Skeleton? Lu Jin almost choked on the other end of the phone. He shouted in shock. "Are you sure that skeleton is her? How did it become a skeleton?" General, he is having a meeting with the medical staff who treated Qin Suan's body coldly to verify the DNA. Gunyinji's voice was choked. "What if it's her? How could this be?" Lu Jin heard that she was about to cry and quickly comforted her. "Nyinji, don't cry. Let me think about how this happened." When Gunyinji cried, Lu Jin's mind spun even faster. He muttered to himself over the phone. "Think about it carefully. It's not impossible." "What's not impossible?" Gunyinji asked in confusion. Turning into a skeleton, Lu Jin began to analyze. Freezing the human body with liquid nitrogen needs to be treated before it can be put in, because freezing will cause the water in the human body to form ice crystals at low temperatures. The ice crystals will pierce through the cell wall. In order to prevent liquid nitrogen from damaging the human body's tissues and organs, the blood and water in the human body must be replaced with a special antifreeze. First, the human body must be injected with anticoagulation, antioxidant, and central nervous system nutrition drugs. The human body must also be injected with ice, saline, through the circulatory system to cool down. Then, the trachea must be intubated. The ventilator and cardiopulmonary support equipment must be activated to ensure the physiological functions of the human body. There are too many ways to tamper with this process. Lu Jin shook his head. "If it were me, I would have done something to the antifreeze that replaced the blood and water in the human body. Even the bones would have been melted away. This person can only melt the flesh and blood of the corpse, leaving behind a skeleton. This means that his skills aren't up to standard." Gunyinji, "Dad, this isn't the time to discuss whether his skills are up to standard or not." Gunyinji's face darkened. "That's lawyer Qin Suan's body." Lu Jin's voice darkened. "She's already dead. What's the use of doing anything else? Why didn't you protect her while she was still alive?" Gunyinji, "She had a little hope just now that if Lu Jin did it, he would be able to resurrect Qin Suan. Now Lu Jin had personally told her that it was impossible and that she wouldn't be able to come back to life. It was like a blow to the head that made her dizzy." Gunyinji held her phone and stood blankly under a sycamore tree at the edge of the square. She felt a bone-chilling cold. Even the summer heat couldn't make her feel hot. After an unknown period of time, Hijichu came to her side and pulled her hand in the direction of the cold storage. He said, "Let's take another look. We're going to take her out of the liquid nitrogen." Gun Yinji's fingers involuntarily shrank in Hijichu's palm. "Did you prove who that skeleton is?" "It's the mother," Hijichu said calmly. "Fortunately, there's still bone marrow in the bones. We've already verified the DNA just now. You want to take it out?" "Isn't that?" She wanted to say that she wanted to destroy the body, but then she thought about it. It was already a skeleton, so how else could she destroy it? She closed her eyes. "Are we going to bury it?" "We'll hold the funeral after the case is over and the results are out." Hijichu turned to look at her. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Gun Yinji shook her head. "I'm fine." "What's the reason? Did you find it?" "My dad called another group of people to investigate. The preliminary evidence is that there's a problem with the refrigerant. There are corrosive microorganisms that can resist low temperatures in it. They corroded the flesh and blood of the body, leaving only the skeleton." "They can actually leave the skeleton behind?" Gun Yinji sneered. "Why didn't they just completely corrode it?" "Do you think they didn't want to?" Hijichu also sneered. "It's just that the technology isn't up to standard. Because the microorganisms couldn't withstand the low temperature of minus 196 degrees Celsius before they could corrode into the bones. So they found the culprit, which was these frozen microorganisms." Gun Yinji was silent. It was exactly the same as Lu Jin's reasoning. He didn't even need to come here to know everything. "Then do you want to find out who did it?" "Soon. There are only a few people, so it's easy to find out." Hijichu's voice was exceptionally cold. "But so what if we find out? Even if we cut him into 1,000 pieces, he won't be able to restore my mother's body. If we find out, we can at least make him pay the price." Gun Yinji clenched her fists. "We'll make him tell us who the mastermind is." "Very good." She had one more witness to taint her. This was the third watch of the day. Chapter 1871. How could this be? A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Also, give Ninji and Major, General Hua a heart. Moi. Everyone, little angels, that you're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.